let's see. There we go. We are live on TikTok. And we're live on anything and everything. Alright, so let's get started. I've not played chess at all today, but we want to get these puzzles done and see if we can get to 60. That's really the goal. Now, obviously, the more the better. We're already 30 in. So I guess we can keep this. We can keep this 30. This is a nice start. We need to get 30 more for this first. Oh, I did one more thing. Yeah, and then actually, I need to do this here. Yeah, okay. Now we're ready to get started. I have to show you guys the puzzle number. This, I think you can sack your queen and then rook captures for checkmate. Alright, here we have the rook sliding over. Now, okay, this is not, I don't have to rush. Taking this is honestly my first thought, because you want to guard it, but then the knight's hanging, so that's why I'm not entirely sure. Knight up here, and they slide over, and then you take this? I don't know if I see this one though. So let's say knight b5, if they go rook c6, right, rook c6 following, guarding this, then you could take the pawn. I am live earlier today. Yeah, I have to do something later in the day, but also I would have just been on for like a long time before that. A long time if I didn't have that after. But yeah, I think, which way is better? Knight here or bishop captures? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm thinking knight there. Attacking this. My record? I'm 30. I have the first 31, although I must have had 30 done already. I think it's this, yeah. And then capture here would be my guess. And now we can go. If you go in and here, I don't think so. This is hanging, or you just go back, drop back and guard. They slide their rook over. All-time record? The highest I've ever got was 57. I haven't quite got to 60, but 57 I have got to. I don't know which one is better here. Yeah, because then you could have went knight to a3. Alright, so this next one. We're at 32. 62. Yeah, I just started trying recently on stream. I'm like, I want to see. I think I can get to 60. Because the one I got 57, I play against viewers. So I do 3 types of streams. Today is a puzzle stream, and Chan, appreciate the follow there. But I do a puzzle stream that was today. Tomorrow I have rapid grind. Then yesterday we had what do we have? We have viewer tournaments for a little while. So not next stream, but the stream after, I'll be playing viewers. Yes. All right, this one. Let's see what we have. So right now the king, it doesn't have an escape square. I believe it's just this, because then if they take rook down, and then here over, take bishop down, checkmate. All right, let's see if that's right. Rook here, take, and that's mate. All right, the queen's going to slide up. You see there's a diagonal attack we have with the bishop. The queen could slide in for a check. I don't know. Or can you just go here and just win the knight? It might just be that, because if they capture, can you stop the mate is the question. So let's say you go here, check. They go over, take. This is free at the end, and they're threatening mate and attacking the bishop. So maybe it's not that. Maybe it's not that. But if you go in, over, I feel like this is it. Yeah, I just have to figure out how to guard everything. Take the material. Oh, you take this pawn here, and now it's not a checkmate there anymore. All right, the king's going to slide down. I believe it's just king here to f7. King f7, guarding this pawn here on e6, and then setting up checkmate there. And they can't get out of that, so let's just go king here. Yeah, and you take this rook, and you're going to win that one. So we got the first 35. Let's see if we can get 36 here. We can have our rook slide over to g6 on this open file. And setting up knight there. Yeah, I guess you could just go here. And then you're setting knight sliding again, checkmate. And there's no sacrifice. So if you go in now, take, check. Oh, maybe you could go in now. Check here, they capture. Check here, they have to go over. Queen down. threatening mate in 1. If they go rook over, check this way. I think you can just sack, yeah. And then rook here, and then queen in here to h3. That's mate in 1 over. You take that, yeah. Take, and you're going to win the game. Alright, knight's going to slide over. Looking to go down here. It's looking like we're almost able to promote knight to d4, blockades the bishop, and it allows a7, a8. Let's see if that's correct. Yeah. And you could just allow them to capture this because you need to push the pawn down. And now you get a queen, and that should be a win. Although I have those 3 pawns there, you can see. This should be mate in... Maybe it's not mate, but it should be something. Capture with check. They could blockade. Do you win all the material, or do you slide down with the queen? They slide over. You just can't get checkmate. So this is my first thought, yeah. Now here, you could take, and just be up that material, or is it check here? Yeah, there's no way you can win that way. And you just capture, and you're going to go and attack the king there on the queen side. Alright, they go up here to f4. You could go rook down, winning the queen. Let's see if there's something else though, but that's my instinct, as that's just a free queen there on a5. There's no mate, yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. And you take here. They take, and you take on h7. That should be winning endgame. In this game here, you could capture on g7. The king will slide over. You can't really sack the rook there. Doesn't make that much sense. But the knight needs to be involved somehow. Okay, so capture, over. Well, this is the knight slides in. Oh, they'll have to take. Okay, so that's forcing. You can't go... I think you could go down after deflecting the rook, but I realize now this rook would still stop that from happening. This, I think, is the first move. Now it might be easier to see. So check, capture, check, take. There's no... Oh, you could go rook here first, though, and then knight here. Now the king is stuck in the corner. All right, now we can go queen down, give this diagonal check. They'll have to slide over. Then there's got to be a way to sacrifice the queen going all the way in, because there's a way that on h1, if you could sack twice, it would work. Right now, you cannot sacrifice more than... Oh, you sacrifice 3 times if you had this rook here. You then could go in if the king's in the corner. Let's go on Harsho. But yeah, check here diagonally. Now they can just block. So this is still my first thought. If they slide their king over, queen in allows h3. So I feel like you have to give a... Oh, if the bishop's there... Oh, no, I see it. If the bishop's there, it doesn't matter. Right, so it can't stop it. You can still sack. And then take, and then rook here. So this next one here. The king's going to slide over. Rook e8 check. They slide up. Rook over check. They slide here. It's not like there's a checkmate in that line. So slide down. They can only go up, so at least we know it's forcing. And if you give a check here first, they slide over. If you go... Okay, so check. This, they can go up, though. That's why I don't think he's moving this rook first. I think it's this rook attacking. They slide their king forward. You give this check. They slide their king over. I don't have the follow-up, though. But this, I think, is first. Yeah, this one doesn't make any sense to be first. If you move the king, you just drop a rook. So it has to be with this rook, right? So it'd have to be check, because there's no other check you can deliver. Going here doesn't do anything, so it has to be check. Alright, the king's over here. We have this opposition. If you could get behind it, you can win the rook there in the corner. Maybe rook here is forcing. Yeah, because then there's checkmate with rook down, so they have to react. So rook here, and they have to go move there. Rook, and now king down, attacking the rook. And now you take this. Alright, so we get that one. Their bishop's going to slide here, G, so we got the first 42 here. The queen can slide forward to c6, threatening mate in 1. Is there a capture? A tactic? I don't think so. So queen slides forward. They could go f3, though. This is... I assume this is part of the puzzle. It's so easy to attack. If we go up f3, no. If you take, queen takes. And that really doesn't make any sense because it's not checkmate anymore. This one I don't see automatically. This is a more difficult one than the last couple. Queen c5, that's just way too slow. And they could just go back anyways. That's why I'm leaning towards up here to c6. But after f3, the attack, it feels like it's done. So let's just take a second, because I don't have to move immediately. This is an unlimited amount of time. Okay, rook x g6, q x g6, no. Q c6, f3. Could you then slide? No, but even they could just go queen f3. So a lot of different ways they could stop that way. There's no way to get a second attacker there on this bishop, right? That's the problem. If you could get your queen, like if you could somehow threaten the mate and attack this, which is not possible. Like if you were here somehow, that's what I'm saying. If you go here, f3, I don't see how, but nothing else I see. Let's just see if that's it. Okay, now I just have to figure out the rest. And this has to be the move because there's nothing else. If you still can't take the bishop, queen forward, queen here, but you can't win that. Oh no, you can win that. Yeah, no, but they could go back. So if you go up, they go over, move your queen over, they move their bishop back. That's completely guarded. Taking this now still doesn't make any sense. And you still can't take this. That's not mate. What if they go bishop back here after qg5? Qg5, bishop e4. Oh, you could go d5, right? And then if they take, it's still trapped. And you have d5. Up, capture, capture. You have two defenders on it. And then you're going to capture here. Alright, got that one. QG5, QC5. Oh, okay, I see you're playing along, Spencer. Cooking there. I think we can go up. E4 is my first thought, but I don't know if that is right. Oh, E4, then bishop up attacking. This is hanging. So let's say we go up. If they go back, we can go bishop in. I don't know though. Knight can't do that. Can you take? Take? No, that doesn't work. I play this in a bullet game instantly. But with the puzzle, we have more time to calculate and think about it. Attacking it, they retreat, you go bishop here. I'm just worried about f3, so that doesn't make it as much sense. But I know it has to be something quick, as they're a very normal setup. As middle game, there are a lot of moves they can make if we don't win it immediately. So it has to be a quick initiative. And if you go here first and they take, there's really nothing. So I'm almost certain it's this. And the knight is almost hanging. Knight back. Yeah, this is what I'm going to play. Alright, the knight drops back. Can you sack the bishop? Take, check, and then queen here. Yeah, there's nothing else. Because if you go bishop here to g4, they could just go f3. This is my... Alright, this is correct. And then knight here, check, and they have to sack the queen. Alright, this next one. The rook's going to slide over here to b8. Rook captures a2. No, you can't do that. But this is a problem with the rook going to b1. Taking this, take, rook take. Oh, this is free. This is just free because of the pin. Oh, you could do this. They slide over. You could slide back, check, wherever they go. Yeah, capture. Now if you go here, they can go rook down, check. So I need this rook. So I go here, down, and then rook c1. That should be it. And then rook c1. Alright, so this next one, the bishop's going to drop back. It looks like there should be an attack on it with queen here to a5. Looking to attack the king there. But they could go c3. Oh, I see it. You take queen over. Take, take, take. Yeah. Capture. Oh! What did I miss in that one? I'll have to take the knight first and then do it. So I have to, yeah, I do it in the wrong order. I had the right idea. What is the difference, though? What is the difference between doing it this way first? Oh, then they can do this, check. Yeah, okay. That's why I have to take the knight first. Well, that did not have to be incorrect. That could have been correct. But the knight's going to come down here to d6. Rook goes in, check. They slide over. You sack the rook. They have to take, and then you go queen here to g. And then, yeah, I think I've done something very similar before. And this is confusing, but I believe you sack on g1. Only the king can move because of double check. And then qg8. They can't move on the diagonal. They can't, like, only block with queen g5. So rook sack, qg8, and queen capture. That's checkmate. Alright, we got the first one wrong since that sell. We could have got 45 correct. But queen captures f3. That is a free rook. So that's what I'm leaning towards. And you're looking to go down and you're attacking the knight. I don't see how it could be something else. Honestly, there's no checkmate. Like if you go queen here, they have so many blocks. So I'm just going to capture the rook here. Alright, they slide over. This is free. I'm pretty sure. So we're going to take this as well. And then you can sack the rook for this, because you'll be up a minor piece at the end still. And you can't go bishop f4 because they'll just take it. So rook captures here on e5. And there's more to this. Okay. Maybe because they're rook sliding in. I don't see the rest, honestly. Why do they make me solve this many moves? Alright, if you move the knight, the rook sliding in is an issue. Knight here would, oh yeah, I guess knight here guards that. So, and if they go knight check, you could then go down because the rook's active. So I think it's knight here to d2. Yeah, I'm gonna take here with check. Your rook's hanging here in the corner on h8. The knight could capture the bishop as the first move, attacking the queen. Take here. I mean, you have to take the bishop. That because you're in check. So you either take with the pawn or the knight. Between the two, I'm willing to say it's knight. Yeah. Alright, they capture. Looks like it's almost trapped. But they can take this here. And if you go up and then here, they can take this. So do you just go for the center? Taking the pawn in the center, and they slide over. Is there any way to win? I guess you're too slow with most of the ideas. As if you take this, they go remove your knight. Like they can bring their knight in. Alright, then you could go down. Then that would be checkmate actually. I'll take that back. So check. They go over. That's what I'm guessing the idea is. And then say you move your knight in, looking to go in. Oh, they could go bishop to e3 or something like that. That's not as forcing as some other things. So I don't think that's it. No, that allows them to blockade. The queen must be trapped somehow. That's what I'm thinking, is the queen is... I just don't see that part of it, as it's a lot of pieces around it. But this is also free in the center. But I have time to think about it. I don't have to try and convince myself, and I don't see it. Maybe what I'm missing is that if they were to take the pawn, you have bishop to c3 check. So maybe it's bishop e6. But then if they block with like bishop e2, then you can't go bishop d7, qx, h7. There's no bishop check to the king discovered. So I don't think it's that. Because if you just go bishop e6, bishop d2 fixes most of the problems. So that's why I'm still leaning towards taking in the center. Given that check, if they slide the king over, there's no follow-up. That's the only problem. I don't see a follow-up after you take that. So that's why I want to play this. I want to play this. Or can you go here? Is there a way to rotate your knight to attack? But this pawn on h7 is just so weak in most of it. Maybe it's knight here, but then you can't ever bring another piece to attack it. That's the only thing. This would stop the queen from moving, and this would be guarding on h7. But this just does not work. If you do this, they slide over. I'm going in the circle, but I'm trying to see if something shakes. Knight in. Which I have to make a choice. Yeah, this I just can't convince myself of. It doesn't make any sense with the bishop there. So queen takes in the center, but they go bishop here instead. Slide over, check, and you take that, but that doesn't seem it. Knight can slide in looking for the fork. Oh, then they could just take that actually. Bishop here attacking. If you could somehow get the queen back, but that's too slow. You could take this pawn here attacking the rook. But there's got to be some way to deliver an attack. Sliding over, or do you slide in? Because you can't slide this. If you move your bishop, they can go up, and this is still hanging. I'm not sure which one's better. Take here, or go here and take there. No, you can't take there. Because the queen's guarding this. So that, it may just be take this then. Let's do a material count. We have 2 minor pieces for the rook, so we are fine in terms of how the exchange went. Here, up. Oh, if they block, I guess if they block with the knight though. Yeah, you just take there on g2. Alright, the king's going to come forward. I overcomplicated that one. I didn't realize that we were up 2 pieces for the rook. That would have made that a little bit easier. I should have done a material count. What's going on, Jessica? What's going on, Luffy? Sorry if I responded late. I was locked into that puzzle. I hope you guys are doing good today. I'm making h5 here for the check. They slide in. And then down. Setting up over. But I guess if you go up, they can also move their king back there. So that may not be the way to go about it. We check here on h5. They move. No. I don't think that's... This... They can go back. That's the problem. So maybe I have to somehow cut them off. But if you cut them off, the queen can also just slide forward. Right? And then it wouldn't matter that they still have that h3 square. So that's why I'm leaning towards this. Or could you go knight back, queen back? No, knight back doesn't do anything. Knight here, if we could get that to work. I don't think so then. I don't think so, because the queen could just capture. Is there a check I could give that allows my knight to go there? That may not be... What's going on, Gambito? This square... Oh, wait. Here, there. And then I could go to that square. Because this is definitely the square idea. But if you take here, up... Yeah, there's no follow-up that I can see. So, yeah. Capture. Here. Take. Alright, next one. The queen's going to slide in. You can take this pawn here on f7. If the king slides over, the knight coming in wouldn't work because d captures e6. Capture, king slides. We need a diagonal attack. This probably is the first move. Check, over. Oh, you could just... Oh, you can't go back because of the knight. Almost able to win that. But I still feel this is the first move. The king could slide over. There's a queen sliding in here on my side. The knight... Oh, maybe the knight could slide in. Yeah, the knight... Oh, knight sack, take. That the bishop slides up. This is the first move, though. Now I'm considering knight to e6. D captures e6. D captures e6, check. The bishop could move in, but nothing else works, though. So that's really why I'm feeling confident about that, is nothing else would work. But then you can't slide back. So let's say you do go knight e6 check. They can only take, right? You would do dx e6 check because of the rook. They can't move their bishop or there's mate. They have to move the dark squared bishop. But after that happens, there's no real follow-up that I'm seeing. Here, take, here, up. Oh, maybe you could win the queen on c4 at the end after you give that check and then go back. I think that's it. Check, and then you'll take, and then even just go this way. I'll show what I was looking at, though, while I was confused for a second, because they could have saved or done something a little bit different. I was looking at bishop here, or no. I take, and then I was looking at bishop here. I was like, what happens after this? But it's e7. Oh, this is saying it's even made in two with this. Oh, because you can route to the queen, and it's double check. Yeah, I was looking at this way to win the queen. So I have to sack it early to avoid that checkmate at the end. We're at 50. And the one we got wrong, I could have solved. I can't believe I rushed it, and then it calculated all the way through. But that's part of it, I guess. This is hanging here on f2. You can't take this. The rook could slide over, cutting that off. Cutting the attack on f2 off, but I don't think that's it either. f3, and the rook is guarding here on f3, but they could drop all the way back. The king looks pretty safe, so I don't see a way that we could get a checkmate. Rook can't slide over because they can take because of this. So all I'm considering is rook here to f5, attacking the rook. Rook f5, if they take, nah, that doesn't do anything. Rook here, take, and then back. I guess this is the only thing that does anything. Yeah, the king is too weak, or not, too safe, I mean, for me to do any attack. No pawn push does anything. Like f3, they can just retreat. Going down, it doesn't make any sense. Let's see, here, if they capture, they're plus a rook. I take attacking. They'd go over. Then you could take on e1. Here. And that's the problem. This rook is not defended by this other rook. That's why I think that would work. Over. Take. Over, take. And then if they capture here on f2, then you could just take on e1. I think so. And then you take this. Alright, so this next one, we got 51. We are 6 away from an all-time record. Queen in, bishop in is my thought. Because if you just do that, it's no way they can stop you. You give this check, they have to go king over, and then bishop here to d4, and it should be forcing, because knight slides in, you just take. Oh, would you want to do that, though? That's the only thing. Wait, check. The king moves. Bishop d4. Knight moves in. Oh, you have, it's 2 checkmates. This only stops on g7. You could checkmate on 8, yeah. So queen slides in. I was like, if they go here, if you take, they just take the queen. But this is now mate in 1 there, but also mate in 1 on h8, and they can't stop both squares from being attacked. Oh, that's why the puzzle is kind of a challenge. Because you could go here, and then it allows knight here to stop it. But bishop d4, I believe, gives you 2 mate in 1 ideas, and that's actually what happens. Alright, there's the next one. The knight's going to slide to b5. Right now, there's this fork idea here on c7 that could occur. You could take, allow the fork, king up, take. But do I want to allow the fork is the question. I'm not sure. This pawn is weak. They have 4 attackers, and I have 3 defenders. So I do have to make a decision. Capture with, not with check. They have this fork. The king could only go here legally because they control the file at that point. They take that in the corner. And they would have that escape square pretty easily, like even if you took with check. So I don't know if that's it. The knight sliding in, attacking the queen. I guess then they could take. They always have this fork at the end. That's kind of the problem with the position. I don't see a checkmate. I feel like it is just taking on e3 and allowing knight c7. Oh, maybe it's knight b4. Yeah, no, it's knight b4. Because then if they... Yeah, now they can't go knight c7. The queen's guarding the square. If so, here, attacking the queen, and you're still attacking the bishop, and now they can't play this, and the queen can't move to a square that helps the knight get to c7. So this is my... It's not really a guess. This is my thought, though. I'd probably play this in a game. Because it's unlimited time, I'll take a little more time, but I'd probably play knight b4 once I saw that. So here, is there any way they can get around this to get knight c7? That's the problem. Because it's a double attack on the bishop and on the queen. And if you go here, they take... You could take, they take your queen, and then you drop back taking. Then I guess they could go knight c7 after that. But then you could go here and then trap it after they take it and go bishop e7. So I think it's knight b4. Let's see. That is correct. They capture, and this is kind of what I was talking about. You take the queen, they'll take, and then you take back here. Because this is double defended, as you see. There's no way to do that. But knight... No! Was that it, then? Maybe it was that. Maybe it was that. I got that one wrong. Oh, you take the knight. So you can't take the queen. Why can't you take the queen? It says this is still winning, but it's just not as winning. So not a bad eye. I would have been slightly better. But you could have instead done knight captures d4. They still can't go down because you just take. And you have these 2 extra pieces. They can only take this one, and you have this minor piece. And then after, so they would have to do queen captures. And then taking this doesn't make sense, so you'd have to take here, just go up that minor piece. This bishop versus knight. I missed that one. We have 2 wrong here. 2 wrong. We need to get 6 straight to break my record. That is, I don't know if that's going to happen, but we're going to try. Appreciate that, Lock. I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'm going to try to. Okay, if we go rook to e6, they could go qf8, so that's probably not it. I see the knight is, it's not weak here or hanging, but it only has 1 defender. If we could kick, so maybe rook here. That seems kind of simple for 50. This is like the 55th puzzle, because I have 2 incorrect. But rook h8 seems kind of simple for that, because you could just attack on h3. And they don't have a check, right? They don't have any diagonal check. They can't go here. And that's the only light square they could get on, and they can't go back on the 8th rank because our rook is still here on h8. There's no way it's that, though. That seems very simplistic. But maybe here they go over. Oh yeah, but then you take, maybe the idea is because of here you're supposed to see queen over. And now you guard the rook on h3, x-ray style. Then if they capture, they could then go c3. So that might not be it. So I'm seeing is rook h8. If they were to go, let's say like queen here, if you take immediately, they have queen check. You would have to block this way to guard the rook on h3, so qd7. And there's no fork because of the pawn. But they could take your queen. Your king would have to take back, and then they could play c3. And then they've won the piece back, basically. You could try, I guess, bishop in. If they go rook forward. Yeah, that doesn't seem like that'd be it. That doesn't seem like that'd be it. But there's nothing else. Rook h8 is the only thing that's somewhat aggressive. Maybe it's there and then like another move, like queen to c6 after. That could be it. Like you go rook over, they go queen to g5, qc6. I guess they could go rook d2 though. That'd kind of be the issue. If you went for the attack. I guess here, you're attacking, oh, like, okay, here, and then they go up, and then here to c. You're attacking this square, and you're attacking that square, and the rook can always slide back over. But the knight can slide in. I think this is the first. I'm going to go rook h8. No, that's not it. It's not rook h8. What is the move here? Bishop g2. Wow. Didn't even consider that. Bishop g2, king captures. Queen b7. Take. Oh, if they slide, the queen just slides in. That is crazy. I appreciate those likes for getting on TikTok. Closing in on, from Jordan there. Closing in on 300. We got on King Leon. That is insane. Would have never seen that. Can he even play rook h8? Rook h8 is a draw. So I'm finding the second best move. I'm not finding the best move though. So we're going to have to restart. Did not quite get to 57. Like that was the goal. But I also had 30 free because I must have done this before and I did not remember doing it. Is that Jazzy? What's going on, Jazzy? Did not see you in here. Alright. They go pawn forward here to e4. These are very easy to start off as this is, we've restarted. Bishop, you saw bishop g2. That's crazy, Kirk. That's crazy. Very good eye for everyone who saw that. But queen captures f6. Yeah, this is the first one. This is the second one. Here's the third one. All right, 3 for 3. They're very easy. As you see, they get harder though. But to start off, they're usually pretty simple. This one a little more complex, but it's a bishop checkmate. All right, you're going to go here and sack the queen on f8, and the rook's going to capture here on f8. All right, next up, their bishop's going to move. There's checkmate in 1, mate in 1. Knight is going to slide to f6, and rook over. I'm going to make sure TikTok has not given me a puzzle. No, they have not given me a puzzle to fill out. No. And then a quick thing for those watching on TikTok, occasionally, recently, my live has been getting canceled for inactivity, and I submitted a ticket, and I do not know if that fit. It did not respond yet, so hopefully they respond. But if it does end randomly, I'll be restarting it immediately. And also, I stream on YouTube and Twitch as well, if you want to make sure you don't miss any of it. And my YouTube's the same username, then my Twitch is PJChess993. Yeah, just a heads up. I've been trying to fix it, but I just cannot. But you can capture this for free, almost, because the queen's hanging in the center, and you're getting rid of the pin that's on the e-file. And then Jordan, again, appreciate all these likes. We're closing out on 1,000. But yeah, queen captures here. They take, and you take the queen. Yeah. Alright, this next one, we have the first 14. It's very similar to that other puzzle, as you just sack the queen at the end. Alright, their pawn's going to jump forward. There's nothing I'm seeing here. You could rotate the queen. No, but again, this is simple. So I just need to lock in. This is simple. If you go up here attacking the rook, say over, then you could take. I think you just push the pawn forward, and they take queen. You'll take the rook and get a queen. That is it. Yeah, so now this rook's free on c6. I'm going to move their knight out the way. Knight could slide in, right? That's something that I can see right now, is nothing else is obvious on the board, because their knight can go back. See, check over. There's no follow-up. That's the only problem. Literally zero follow-up after knight in. But nothing else makes any kind of sense. Oh, I'm seeing. It's just queen over, right? Yeah. And then queen here. And then you take. And that's actually a weird checkmate. This game, I think you go rook down. King moves, you take. And you're just going to take there on h3 at the end. capture this, take this. Opposition going to run that h-pawn down the board. Their king's going to move up in this one. This might be too slow. Here, up, take, down, up, take. Oh, the problem is you're going to promote with check. That's why this one works, right? So take here. And they even go the other way because they know if you would have got promoted when they're on a2 and you would have stopped them. But now we're just going to run this pawn down. And that's a cool puzzle. Can we get the first 20 is the question. This is not free, but then you have f6, and that is a free piece. And now you're going to win the bishop, and we get the first 20. All right, a nice start. Another one that's on the simpler side, but the first 20 or so should be on the simpler side. I think it's rook g1, check, and then you have d8, d1 is a forced queen. They can't stop. Now, against the bishop pair, I don't know if it's that easy, but now you win this, and now it should be easy. The bishop pair versus the queen, it would be an interesting game. You can defend it if you have both of them. This is checkmate. Their knight's going to slide. This is checkmate because the rook is here cutting it off. Alright, next up, the rook goes down, trying to win this queen here. I mean, you can't really, not even trying to. They won the queen. It's about how you do after that. I guess the rook should take versus the king. Say rook capture, queen captures. And you have a rook. I guess, would you do rook captures d8, king x d8, knight f7? I guess. That doesn't really feel like that's the answer. But, oh, you would take there, and then you go knight e. I see it. It's not this. I'm like, after here, I'll show in a second. It's this. But I was looking at, like, if there is some way you could do the other way. Like this, you can't do this. Because I think the problem is you take, they have queen g1, and then here, and then qg2, and now the rook's hanging. So that's why I was like, well, you can't do that. But I see there was another fork. And we have the first, what is this? 24. This is a maiden one, but you have to be careful where you move the rook. This looks like it's just as good as the other move. It's not, though. If you go here, the king can escape. Oops, bad arrows. Here. You could go rook here, though, getting behind the king. Cutting off the second rank still, and they can't jump forward. So they're going to go rook here, checkmate. Alright, their bishop's going to slide. And that's actually perfect for the puzzle, because you need to go qc6 and control the diagonal. As you see, this is controlled on g1 already. And they just have to sack all the pieces on their light square diagonal. Here you could go bishop check so that you can win the rook. That might just be. I'm trying to see if there's more. But I think that's just it. Yeah. And you could even take this because this is check as well. You don't have to give anything back. And now you take on g1. Alright, you see the queen slides forward here. There should be mate in 3 with check, queen slides, and then checkmate because the rook is good. Alright, slide their rook over. You could get 2 rooks for the queen. I don't know if that's the tactic, but immediately qx a3, fx e6. You can't give a check that attacks the rook or a check that attacks the rook. That's a sentence in itself. What's going on, Yume? How you doing, bro? I'm doing alright. Question for you. I know you stream as well. I've been getting kicked off TikTok for inactivity, and I don't know how to stop it. It's been giving me 5-minute timers to verify, but when I go there to see the timer, it says do the verification. There's no verification. If you had that problem, it would be amazing if you're able to share. If not, all understandable, because it just started happening to me. I think you do. No, you don't take. I may restart. Yeah, I might just restart, because one wrong in the first 30. I'm not going to get to the highest level. I do use TikTok Studio. Yes, I do use TikTok Studio. Take this for checkmate. Rook down. All right, I want to try and speed up to where we were just at. We were at 30. All right, we're going to go pawn forward here. Rook can slide down to b8. I didn't even consider rook over. Mate in 1 there. I'm going to sack the queen on f8. Checkmate. Here, sack the queen on c8 this time. Checkmate. Mate in 1. Bishop here for mate. This is... Okay, this might be you sack the queen for 2 rooks tactic. This might be the one. Alright, let's do it this time. And then king just slides back over. The puzzle does not show up. I've been seeing, like, I looked online and said it should be a puzzle, Like, I don't get any puzzle on any of my monitors. Like, I'm not sure. I made a ticket, and it does not. Rook A8. Oh, yeah, I just missed. I didn't see Rook A8. Made a ticket, but no response yet, sadly. I think you're going to go queen down, queen there, take, king takes, and then knight to d2. You're going to win the rook here on b3. Alright, the queen's going to slide over. You have this pin, and I think that's just it. Yeah, and you win the queen here. Alright, you have the first 15. You might just push the a-pawn all the way up. And their king is just a little too slow, I believe. They can't quite get there. You have a7 at the end. Their pawn goes down. Check. Rook down. Bishop e3. Checkmate. Click on studio. It doesn't appear. No, you're good, man. You did help, though. I know the problem is that they just don't show the puzzle. I'm glad it's not more than that. That seems easier to get someone to understand in terms of the help studio. Like, I don't see the puzzle. Because what I said was probably kind of confusing. But thank you. You know, QG4, that should just be checkmate. And we're almost back at where we were at before we made a pretty bad mistake early on. If you capture, they can slide in. Oh, then you have the pin. That's why this is not okay. And you can take the rook in the corner. Alright, there should be a minute. You see the king is just sitting there. Bishop here, check. This is still guarded. They'd go up and then bishop captures, checkmate. Because the knight's guarding the rook. Alright, they'll have their king slide over. Bishop down here to b2. And then join, appreciate these likes. Should set up the mate, right? Once just close up. Oh, okay. I didn't even know you could give it updates. I'll do that after this stream. Hopefully that fixes it. Yeah, bishop down. Bishop captures. And the congrats on, I don't know if you just hit it, but I just saw 3,000, but like 3,100 followers there. Good work. Then you want to take on d4 and then go down there for mate eventually. Alright, this should be some type of sack. I guess you just go here and then checkmate, though. Oh, they have a check. So then bishop here blockading. And you take, and you got mate in the corner. Alright, the rook could slide over, check. They'll go here. You'll take, they'll move, then you have rook to h7 checkmate. Let's see here. Take, and then rook here to h7 mate. Alright, next up, the knight's going to slide down. Taking with check, they slide. Queen captures, up. There's got to be some way to win this knight. Because you see this is attack. If you get a diagonal move. But this is first, I believe. Second. Third. I need to attack this knight and check at the same time. That's what we're missing right now. As you see, we could go queen to e7. They move the king up. It's like we're almost there. Or is it queen down? Well, either way, I'm guessing it's here. Yeah, and we still need to attack this. So check here. Oh, check here. They move and then here. Or check here, they come up and then here. So either way. Oh, no. Because if you go here, the knight can go back. You want to win the knight, I'm guessing. That's probably what you're trying to do. You want to win it. There's no other way to do that. So maybe it's just QE6. Yeah, maybe just QE6, knight goes back and you push the pawn forward. Yeah. Alright, the bishop's going to take here on g7. And then joining in, appreciate all these likes you're receiving. We're closing in on 3,000. You got there 2 days ago, you already get another 100, dude. You're grinding. Do you have a YouTube or Twitch too? Yeah, their bishop is here on g7. It looks like this is just free. As the queen, you don't want to leave that there. Queen can take on h6. Say king captures. I don't have anything hanging. Maybe it's that simple. I'm a little hesitant, but I don't see a mate. They go rook down. Yeah, let's just take this. Rook slides over. King here. Right, and you're still guarding the pawn, right? And they move their rook over. Oh, maybe that's the problem. After king h7, you can't go back where this is check, back, and checkmate. So it's here. They're going to go rook over, threatening on h6, but this is... Oh, that's not the... No. Oh, bishop. Dude. Bishop back. We're not on it. Well, I'm not going to restart again. We're just going to have to deal with that being wrong. King here to g3, and then rook down. Here, g3. And now rook down here for checkmate. I got 25. Queen's going to slide forward. Knight here to d5. Maybe. But you could take here, take, attack the queen, take. That's probably the better move, better way to do that. Take, take, and you jump here attacking their rook as well on d6. Alright, so this next one, the rook's going to slide down. Queen check. Does not work. The queen could slide in though. And that's mate in 1. Yeah, I understand that, bro. My computer could not, my old one could not do that either. But that's checkmate. The queen's going to slide up. Capture. No. This isn't free or anything. Oh, you could. No, this is free. Take, they take. Queen here to b8. We have played before. We played a couple of games. We played a few games. I don't know if they... It wasn't like an event, but he's joined in a few of the tournaments. Capture, capture, and then check there is my thought. And you win the rook. Alright, this next one, the king's going to slide out the way. You can slide over, check, they move, and there's just checkmate at the end. So that's why I feel good about this. And the queen here to g4. Alright. Bishop captures. King moves. Queen check. Back. Rook check. King takes. Queen checkmate. I believe that'll do it. Alright, this is the next one. We're at 30. Somehow I got a pretty easy puzzle wrong, but we're trying to make up for it. We can't get anything wrong in the 30s or 40s because of that miss. I think rook down, and then queen down, and then this is just going to be checkmate. Alright. The knight's going to slide back. Is there a sacrifice? I don't think so, because after that and that, there's not a real way to go through. But you need some check. Could you take this instead? Maybe you could take this way. Here. Rook captures. Yeah, pawn makes more sense. Rook takes here. Now the follow through, I don't know if I see. Rook here to h6 and rook down. Try to get position. Fair enough, but hey, I don't know. I saw here what 2,000 now. 2,000. We're basically the same rating. It's not that crazy of a difference. And then Jordan again. Thank you for these likes. About to hit 4,000. Rook h8 is my first thought. If they go king g7, don't know if that works. I have no idea the follow-up. I'm on 32 and I'm stuck. Rook h6 doesn't do anything. Queen b4, no, because they take. qa3. My highest score survival, it is 57. 57 is my highest. qa3, c5. Oh, I actually could en passant then. Huh. I guess queen over, c5, bxc, 5, en passant. And then in qa3, queen c7, rook g8, king captures qxd, qx e7. Yeah, rook h6 I just think runs into king moving out the way. That may be the problem with that. And this is forcing. And they move their king over, you could then go rook g8. I don't know. If I get this one wrong, man. 2 wrong in the first 33. Let's see. That is right. Okay, you have to do this. And then take. Alright, this should be mate in 1. That's no way. This is just mate in 1. Alright, there's the next one. qa3 from everyone. Everyone. I took a while to see that. And Jordan, again, appreciate these likes. But Cole and my playstyle. Very. Yeah. Really? You think you and Cole? I don't know. Cole, when we played, dude, all the sacrifices threw me completely off. I did not, because we only played 2 times before we did the streamer event. So I didn't really know how he played that well. A lot of sacrifices. That feels like the chaos that you're inspired, you're talking about. We can go rook down though, and that should just be mate in 1. Shala, what is your record? I'm sure yours is super high. You're #1 on chess.com and something. So Amir, today we're gonna do puzzles. 2 days from now, we're doing viewer tournaments again. We had those yesterday for a while. I think it's here. And then today is gonna be a puzzle day, and then tomorrow or not even rapid. Tomorrow just rated play. It was supposed to be rapid, but I just like blitz more. So we do a little bit of both. But rook's gonna go down. They take. Can you go there then? But then, oh, maybe it's here. And then take. You have the knight that can slide in too. That is something. There has to be a sacrifice. That much is clear. There's some sack. Rook to h8, king captures. You have their attention. If bishop captures, the bishop can capture. The rook. I mean, you could take the rook. That feels like that's a waste of the effort. The only thing is with rook sack, king over, rook check, they could just go rook to h6. So I think you just take that. But you're down a piece right now, so they have 2 pieces for the rook. Alright, let's think about this. Rook check to h8, king captures. Rook to h1, king over. The bishop is just too weird. Like, the bishop's not doing anything useful. Like, it's the way the order is not correct. And they have a counterattack, so I'm almost certain you have to sack. Like, that would be my guess. You have to sack. So I'm just going to sack. If it's wrong, it's wrong. But I feel like you have to sack. Yeah. Rook over here to h1 or knight takes is the question. If you do the same exact thing, I don't see how this is going to work. Like, if you just go rook to h1. Oh, no, I do see it. It's here, over. Sack again, over. Queen here. Now you're threatening mate and want to go back over. They have to move their rook here. It's something with that. It's something with that. You need to somehow cut the rook from... But I see the makings of it with rook h1. And then now they wouldn't go over because of this. So I'm thinking it's here. But then they could go there. And there's nothing on the diagonal. And then Zeus, thank you for the donations there. Closing in on... No, not closing in on. Much appreciated. I'm talking about likes in my head. I think you go over. This has to be it. I just don't see the rest. Yeah. So my intuition's right. I don't see how this works, though. Oh. Okay. And now you go down. Alright, so this next one. The pawn's going to slide forward. I think it's just knight g6 checkmate. And this is guarded here. And I can't go out the way. Here, check. Taking that doesn't do anything. I can't take that, and I can't go back. So I think knight here to g6 attacking the king. Alright, next one. The queen's going to slide forward. Take, up, back, and then up. You're going to win that. Bishop g7. I think the problem with bishop g7 was that if you were to do that, you wouldn't be able to... I mean, the bishop... It's just... They have too many defenders. The king and the bishop there. But that was my first thought there. Inspired him. Just saw your message, you may. I see how it looked. Dude, it's so much easier watching. Like, I'll be watching these Grandmaster games. I'm like, bro, what are you not seeing about this? But I understand. Now that I've started streaming, it is so much easier watching. And honestly, even playing in some of the tournaments I've played, like, yeah, in the moment, just didn't even think about it. Yeah, I think c4, bishop back, and then d5. Right here, back up. Yeah, I believe my guess was, not really guess, intuition, calculations right there. The knight's going to slide. Alright, rook can capture, king over. Here, over here. Check. But the queen is hanging. If I could somehow give a check that keeps their queen from saving itself. Capture, take. Right now, we can't fix the problem. If you took now, they take. You take. So that's why I'm thinking it's here first. King over. If you move your queen here, they can go queen over, though. That's the problem. There's not a check. The knight takes. You can't go here. The queen takes. Can't go up. The pawn takes. Rook takes. The king will capture. Is there a sacrifice or something that I'm not seeing? That could be it. But this is all I have so far. This is all I have, all I see. There is that pin, but it has to be a way to win the queen. That's the entire puzzle. Like that's definitely the puzzle. That you somehow win this and you get at least their knight or something in response to it. So let's see. Rook captures d8, king captures d8. Queen check. Queen slides over to d5. Okay. we're not getting anywhere in that calculation. Because after QD5, there's just nothing. You can't take the knight. If you took the queen, they just take. No, it's not a pin because they're not in a dark square. So that's not it. Capture, takes. I'm just not seeing this. Take. Queen can't move anywhere. I have no idea. Queen F6. No, what did I say? Bishop F6? Bishop F6. I considered that at some point. But that's why I was saying there's no, I think you heard me say there's no pin. Or like, it's not on a dark square. So I'm like, if you did this and then here, there is that pin, but this is a light square. The queen has to move. That much is clear. Like, the queen can't stay here. The whole point of this puzzle, I'm almost certain, is you win this for free. So this has to move. I just have to figure out where. This can't. Let's go every queen move. That's boring, but that's, since we have time, I have to do that. QA4 does not work. So I'm doing every move, even bat moves. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. Okay. Is not a light square for diagonal. Queen here? No. Queen there? No. Queen there? No. Queen there? No. Here? No. Here? No. Here? Maybe. Maybe. Because the queen does have to move. So say you go up. You're controlling the diagonal. If they take, you take. Right? So you go up if they move over. Then you could take, check, take, and then you take that. So let's say here, rook d7. You could still sack. Maybe that's it. Because the queen has to move. That much I'm willing to say is a guarantee, even if I don't see it myself exactly. This has to move out the way. Because you have to win. There's no way to do... This is my first thought, but there's just nothing after QD5 here. This is kind of a guess. Not really a guess. I don't feel the strongest about it, but I think that's the move. Because they can't just take or you'll take the queen. If they move their knight again, you can just sack. Because that's the problem. Their queen is just under attack the whole time. Yeah, and they do it this way. We're going to capture here on F5. Alright, so this next one. The first one is slide down. You know there's a mate because of the way this is set up. So I believe it's just capture. If they go back, you have rook down. And if you capture and they move over, you have bishop to d3. And then they go down and then rook down. But you know there has to be a mate based off the way this is set up. And then bishop here, d3. Alright, this next one. QC7, yes. Inshallah, you are cooking. And then what did you say your highest was? Because I know it has to be something super high. But let's see. It's QC7. Oh, QC7, QE2. Oh, let's look at some of the moves. I think I've not been doing that as much lately. Usually I look at some moves. Oh, this is the wrong puzzle. You said QE2. Let's see. So Queen E2. I think the issue is they have this check. Yeah, they have a check. That's the problem. And then if you go down, I don't think it quite works the same way. And then King, appreciate those likes there. 66? Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. 66. I'm 9 off. Let's see if I can catch up today. I don't think so today, but we'll try. Because I got like the 20th puzzle wrong. But the rook is here on A4 attacking the queen. Okay, there's some type of sacrifice. This is weak. That square is weak. The king can come forward. It's something to do with that. So let's say we go rook down. But my queen's also weak. Oh, that's what I have to worry about. This is hanging. I missed that part. So they do have an attack. This is weak here. So maybe you do move the queen. So you move the queen. If they go back, that doesn't work because of bishop in, right? I guess they could, yeah. So that wouldn't work. So you go here, they would have to move their king over. The problem is, where with the check maybe? Could you go rook e5 after that? And then set that up? The queen has to be the piece that moves. Maybe the issue with that is if you go down, they go up, you go here, then rook can take. That might be the problem. But if you went here first, and they go back, you couldn't move your bishop in because they take your queen. So the queen has to move. Maybe it's queen there, and then it's not even an attack, is it just bishop down? And then you win that? I think that's it. Yeah, and it's not the checkmate, because the idea would work if they couldn't take the bishop on g4. And then you could do that. And that's why this is a kind of tricky puzzle, because you're looking at the king's so weak, your mind's going to a mate pattern or a mate net. But you could just go here, instead, and you're attacking. This is what I think. We're going to trust the gut here, and that is correct. And you capture, they take your queen, you take their rook, and they take the bishop. That's still a winning end game. Alright, let me see if I get anything here yet. No. Alright, so let's go to this next one. We're sitting at 40 right now, as you guys can see. Hopefully we can make it. The all-time record is 57. Or my, obviously, not the all-time record. My all-time record is 57. Trying to get that. I think it's king g3 and then h4. Because if you go up and they push the pawn, you could still do this. They go back and you just go up for that mate. And this is rushing it, so let's just move our king up. And this is what they do. Looks like they have an escape square, but check. And the king and the pawn are attacking it, but the king can't touch the king. So it doesn't matter. Their knight's here on f3. So a lot of pieces, or not a lot, 2 pieces that are active in the center of the board. If the knight captures, well, it looks like if the pawn's not here, there's some fork. And obviously this is probably not it. But I like to go through most of the moves, even if, you know, it's wrong. I'm looking at that fork, but they have that. So that's probably not it. If you were to take, oh no, I think you take and then here and then you take, right? Because then, yeah, I'm almost sure that's it. But I don't want to rush it because I did that, and that's how we got them wrong last time. But if you capture, they take. So here, you're up a piece. They have to take back to get equal. And then E captures D4. As you have this knight, a queen, and a rook guarding this. So you have 4 defenders, and they only have 2 attackers. And it's not a rook that's on this where you feel weird about moving the pawn off the file. So let's see if this is correct. Capture, capture. And now you see their knight moves over. We're looking to go knights f5 maybe. Or not f5, c5. Bishop could take that though, but this is just free. So we're going to capture and go on with our day. Alright, taking would be equal material and then just go up. So it's not that simple. Could you, oh, maybe it's bishop captures check. They move and then, I almost see this. The point of this is that this is weak and this is weak. If you check first here, take down. No. There's some way you win both of them. I just have to figure out the move order. Bishop captures. If they go c3, that's the problem. If they go c3. Then could you go qe5? Check. But no, it would have to be qe5 first. The issue is that they have king d2. Oh, no, king d2 you would take. No, yeah, it's qe5 first. Because here, they would have to blockade. So then you would take with check. They'd go c3. Man, this is a fun one. Because I know, like, the idea of it is pretty simple. It's trying to figure out the execution of it. Maybe the problem with qe5 is the knight can retreat, though. So maybe you would have to take this first then. Because if you go here, knight goes back. And then you only get 1 piece. So now here, I don't have a c3 solution. Because take. They have king forward. Oh, maybe the problem is bishop a6. So yeah, they would have. You could sack, and then here, and then you would take. Right, and then take, and the queen would take, and then they would have to block, and you win that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you take this, and you can sack. At first, I was like, you can't sack because it's not checkmate. They have king d2. Everything's guarded with the queen, but ba6, and now it's actually mate. They have to move queen here, and you'd win eventually. And you can just sacrifice. Yeah. I'll show that because maybe that's not super helpful how I said it. But let's go through that real quick. The reason this works is because if you, I saw this at first. I'm like, well, the queen's guarding everything, right? So there's really there's not an issue. But I missed bishop a6 and I finally saw it at the end. As you're attacking the king here, and they can only go qd3. Or it says they could go knight b5. But I mean, like the same idea. And now they can only go qd3. And the queen falls. That's what I was missing for a little bit. Yeah, and the qe5 idea that I was saying at first, it says you're still slightly better. And if you take this, you're still slightly better. But the problem is, I believe, just knight back. Or it says qe2. Or no, they could do anything. No, qe2 or bishop e2. They can't move their knight back, though. But this, and it's just basically a draw. Plus 0.26 for black. Alright, let's go to this next one. Good work, locker rooms. But I think check here, over, check, over. That's my first thought. But their king gets away in that line. So there has to be a way to cut off this side of the board that I'm missing. So I think we can go rook down to A. Oh, we finally get the puzzle. Yes, it finally updated. Okay. The live will not end. Unable to verify? Oh, hold on 1 second. I have to do a puzzle piece. So they do not end the live. Yes! Alright. Finally. They updated it. Maybe my ticket worked. Alright. I don't have to worry about that anymore. I think rook can go down here to A2. That is stress gone. Here, over, check, over, check, over again. Well, this is probably the first move. So I can play that, and maybe it's easier to visualize that if I see that. But I should be able to calculate this without doing that. Here, over, with the king. This is the only legal move. So that you can kind of expect. The queen slides down, check. They can, again, only go here. But you see they can pretty much go all the way on the third rank, and you can't really stop it. Maybe... Oh, maybe you take on B3. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. You take on B3 instead. I'm saying this, which does not work. I'm right in that. But I was wrong not to even consider it. It's queen captures instead. Alright, the bishops want to take here on F6. This is a check. I would imagine you have to capture back, right? Oh, that's also a check on them. This is almost promoted. Well, this has to be the first move. Yeah, like, you know, it's not even a point in calculating anything else. That must be first. Now, the rest of this is interesting because rook A7, king D6. Like, there's no knight fork, and right now there's no knight fork. If you just go D2, QD2 actually, no, QC2 would actually stop it, right? If you just go D2. They have QC2. Rook A7. They would have to go... They would have to go king to the 6th rank. Because if you went king D8, rook D7, and then you could promote it. But it has to be a check or a knight move. Because you see this is hanging. So it has to be here or knight check. And knight check, I think, is defeating the purpose of the position. As you have two pieces versus the queen, you need them active. So that my first thought is A7. This is my first. If I were to pick one, I'd go rook A7. And they can't go back because of rook here, and then you just push. They can't stop the promotion at that point. The reason they can stop it now because QC2. But if you have a rook behind it already, if they go QC2, you could just promote. Now the knight moving again. I think that's just too anti the position, so I'm not going to consider that. So rook A2 is my move. All right, they're going to move their king forward. Now this is the part where it's like, how do you do this? How do you do this? If you go up, they can go queen down still. Oh no, wait, no. You can now go here because the knight's guarding the square. It's about time to get right. Is it pawn forward here or rook D7 first? Because this is the same thing. I already said that with king D8, and I somehow missed that you could still go here with the king on E6. I don't know why that would affect it, but I didn't see that. Rook D7, if they go down. But then you're kind of in this infinite thing where how could you ever force them to do anything at that point? So it must be more forcing than that. There's no sack with rook E7 because there's no fork. There's no way you can fork. So that's not, I don't have to consider that really. Up, QC2. Could you go here? I guess they could go queen down then. But honestly, then you could go here and here if you do it that way. So like up, queen here, down. Oh, the problem is they could go queen back to C7 and then checkmate. This is a little bit difficult. That's why you can't move this way. So it would have to be on D7. I just don't see why that works. Because there's no way you could move off the 7th rank. Oh, no, they couldn't do that. No, well then, I mean, same thing. They can't go to this square, but they could go to this square instead. So rook D7, queen drops down. Is there a way to checkmate them that I'm missing? Because the king is a little stuck in the center. And then in, there's nothing. Down. It's here or here. Like, it can't be anything else. The knight can't move, I would guess, because it's guarding this square. The rook can't go here because of this check here on the 7th rank. It's either rook d7 or pawn forward to d2. I just don't see how you could... It's like a holding pattern forever. Because if you go rook d2, the queen can just go all the way back. You'd push, then move their queen over. And then if you moved your king, they just take the knight. And if you move your knight, they just take the rook. Because their king is so perfectly placed. Maybe you could go rook d4 at some point. But yeah, then if you go here, they could also just go queen down. Dude, this is crazy. Yeah, they could just go queen down. And now you can't check. But you could go over, but then they take the pawn. So now if you go up, they could still go down. I have no idea. Because the king is just too active for them. The king is too active. Attack on f6 if they get this queen to c3. But rook goes to d7. Let's say rook d7, queen up. You can't stop that from falling at all. They would just take there. So if you, but then if you did this, the same thing. If you got the queen, they take. You'd go down. Check. Oh, and then you could go rook over. So I think it's pawn forward. Yeah. You can't, I don't think you can move the rook. The queen there on d6. I'll show that after. Let's see if I can get this, the rest of it right. Alright, their queen slides over to d6. Now, you can't move the knight. Now is it rook a6? Yeah, I think it's rook a6 now. Because then they can't move. They'd have to take and you promote. But then the same issue. They could slide down check. If you move the king, they have checkmate. Here on f7. So is it here, take, queen, down, sack the queen, they take, knight take, king takes, and then your king is just more active? That can't be, if that's it, that's insane. That would be, but there's no way that's the puzzle though. Like, the puzzle wouldn't be that difficult, because that's not even really winning. If you move your king here, king up, so no, it's not rook a6. Oh, maybe now it's the rook d7 idea that I was saying. Because now they don't have a queen back move. And then, oh no, duh. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. They have here, again, not that simple. I think you get the queen, take, down, over, and then rook g7 stopping the mate. Yes, alright, I want to show a lot of different lines there. I think that was an interesting puzzle. And why you cannot move the rook first. I want to show that real quick. Why not rook? Yeah, you're right, Shalom. I just blanked on that for a second. But yeah, so in this position, they took, and this is where the puzzle begins. So knight capture, that part is pretty straightforward. You have to take. Like, there's no way that wouldn't be the move. Like, if you go here, I mean, that's just a lot of issues. Here, there, anywhere on the diagonal. So you know you have to take. That I can't take credit for. King up. This, another move that's kind of forced, only move that works, and I could see that without the evol bar. You have to check. Like, if you just push, this is too weak, right? So you know you have to go rook a7. Now this is the part that took me like 7 minutes, and I was going between rook d7. The problem with rook d7 is qc3, and that's why I didn't play that. Now what I don't see about this move, now d2, process of elimination, I know that you can't move the rook, and I narrowed it down to either d2 or rook d7, so I knew it was d2. I don't see how you can stop queen. I did not calculate through this. qc2. Now it's rook a6 check, king f5, and then rook over here. But then after they go here, is this not an infinite trap? Maybe just eventually you can... Oh, the king is too weak too. Ah, this is a checkmate. So then they go here. And you check. Ah, that's why. They can't go... King f5, there's mate at the end. That, I did not see that. That's pretty deep of a line. Make me find that might have been harder than what I actually did. Alright, but their pawn's going to push forward in this game. I think you could just go king c2. I believe so. King c2, and it should be good. Because if you don't go king c2, they're going to just push them. Or they could just opposition you, and then you're stuck. But here, up, here, up, here, oh. No, they're actually fast enough if you do that. Here they move the king. Pawn forward, they move the king. pawn forward, they move the king, pawn forward. I guess you do have to push. And then, yeah, you can't catch up to them, actually. Now king down. And then if they go king over, you want to go pawn up. King here, pawn up, king here. Yeah, now they're too slow. Okay, take. That was easier than the last one, and we get that correct. This also is easier. There's no way this is the puzzle. It's just queen here, and then up, and then here, and then here, and then here. There's no way that's the puzzle for 47, though. Truly. I hope I'm not oversimplifying this. But yeah, I'm almost certain. Maybe the thing is, if they go here immediately, then you'd have to take, though. But this is... yeah. Oh, that's the thing. You can't go queen here. I've got this puzzle wrong more than I like to admit. I always go qf7. But it's q capture f5. Yeah. I've got it wrong enough to know now. Their queen slides in, looking to attack. Because the idea is the queen could block, and that's kind of the issue. But the queen's here on h2. Knight in. And their queen's pretty much trapped. Like, you can't... if they go down king e2... well, I guess they could take this. But still, though, if you go here, down, up, take, over... they can't take this way. Yeah, you could still trap the queen. And what was the last move? Because they have the diagonal as an option. And I saw this, and I still said it's okay. I think it's because you can go rook here, over, and then queen takes. And then you're setting up a mate idea. Yeah, I think that's the problem. As you're setting up a mate idea with the queen and the rook. Let's double check if that's correct. And it says if they just go back, yeah, you can just take on h6. And then what if they went up here? Check. Oh, then rook here, mate. Okay. This next one. We're at 48 right now. It should be 49. We got a very easy puzzle wrong. That did wake me up, though. We have been cooking since then. But we did get an easy one, a freebie incorrect. And you cannot have that trying to get to 60. But queen's on e7. Well, goes without saying, I think you have to take the queen with the bishop. Now, when the rook goes there to e7, and then Heavens, appreciate the likes there on TikTok, closing in on 6,000. Yeah, bishop captures e7, rook captures e7, king d6. The knight could go to e4, king c6, rook e6, rook d6. I guess they could then take again. So after rook c6, oh, but then you could do bx e6. Ah, okay. I think that's what you can do. So take, and then you can go... oh, wait, you could just go here, though. Yeah, that's what I'm mistaken on. You can just go here. I'm saying you have to go here first. Because, why? You don't have to do that. You're just allowing the knight to slide in. You could go king here instead. And then if they checked you, then you could go here. Doesn't matter. I think the problem with this is the knight slides in. I'm going to go king here, yeah. Now this rook over is what I'm thinking. Yeah, alright, so this next one here. The knight's down here on b7. We have the white rook. Sorry, I'll make sure no more puzzle. Alright, no puzzle. Alright, the knight's here on b7. There, it looks like there's a mate idea. As you see, the king can't come forward. So this is where your eyes dart to. You know they don't have a escape square. If you can deliver a check, like if the knight could go here and then take, like here, and then take here, that's really just checkmate. Now, if you go here and they go king down, my issue with that is that if you go up, they could just come back up, right? And they could forever go back and forth between the two, as you would never have enough pieces on. You need to have 4 rooks, essentially, to maintain both threats. But knight d2, I still think is the first move. If they move their king back, maybe his rook captures d2, and then you could just retreat it. Yeah, I think that's it, because you go knight here. Yeah, they can't even do what I'm talking about. I don't think it would have worked. The king does have that backwards escape. My reasoning of thinking it's bad is because of rook down. See, knight capture. They don't even make, this is not even what happens. Knight check doesn't feel right either. Knight check, king over. No. Pawn forward. Oh, it might be pawn forward. And then here, and then you win the rook. Maybe it's winning the material. And if you go here, they go king back. And then you go rook down. Yes, and then knight here. And then take. Alright, got to 50. Let's show that. That was a fun one. It's an interesting one. The reason... So you go here, you're setting this up, right? They go pawn forward here. If they go king down, it's saying... Oh, like I said, rook xd2. Although it was a better move besides that. a3 is better, apparently. I didn't see a3, but I did see this. And I was like, well, they can't go backwards. And then saying after f5, you just go a3. And you're setting up the mate net. Check over. And then or check here, whatever. And now the problem is, like after they do whatever, you can sack the rook, can't you? And then here. Oh, actually it's saying it's mate in 1. Oh, you could just go rook here. Yeah. That's also mate in 1. But either way would have been made eventually. But that was a cool one. We got to 50 with one incorrect, I like to say. Doing pretty well. It's just so annoying. The one I got wrong, such an easy puzzle. Like, just to show this again, the reason we're here. I just have to go bishop g6, and I somehow missed that. I just cannot see it. But we're at 50 regardless. And their king's here on f7. Now, my first thought was simply rook to f7, right? That's a little flawed because the king could just slide over. So now I'm thinking it's knight back check. We're still controlling the 7th rank. They'd have to slide king over, right? I mean, if they went forward, you would just go rook here, checkmate. So that's why they can't do that. So you go back. This is a forcing move, essentially. You go rook here. This is also forcing, and then pawn capture for checkmate. The only thing I don't get is usually with the puzzle, there's two moves that look good and one doesn't work. And this line over here, both of these would be checkmate. So I'm a little confused on that part of it. But I still think just go here. Even if they went forward, I guess you could just go here and then over. And then, well, I think this is it. Check. And they do come forward. Maybe I miscalculated. I guess they could go back diagonally. But rook slides up. Here. Here. Oh, but then knight. Oh, yeah. If they do try and zugzwang it, once the rook is on g7, knight d6 is checkmate. That's why it works. I'll show that in a second. Oh, this is actually what happens. So I don't even have to try and show it. And this does make more sense. Yeah, that doesn't make you go that far. But the reason this works here in this one is because if the king, say, okay, it goes back. I check. If the king goes back again, the problem is you have, alright, there are two mate in ones. This is the mate I saw, if I'm being honest. I didn't see the easier one. And then here, and then, oh, no, you have to do rook xg5. Huh, I thought there was a mate a different way, but there's not. But rook xg5, and that's why you're able to get the win there. And that they only make you do the pawn because they both work, as I mentioned at the beginning. But we're at 51. The bishop's here on h3. There may be a sack to open up the file. My only thing is they have a lot of pieces here. Right? A lot of pieces they can get on the file and maintain and defend. So if we have queen capture, the knight could take. I don't think that's it. This is a free knight here on c6. So my mind is also going there a little bit. Key like c6. But if the bishop retreats, how do you continue? This is also a free piece. A lot of free pieces. They have two, or no, I have two free pieces. The knight and the rook are both able to be taken. Now, which one is better? If you slide the queen over to g6 check, that is sort of forcing, as they could only make two moves in response to it. But I don't think that's it. I think also just taking the material, I don't think is it. Taking on h8, how do you need more than that to win the game, right? I wonder, can you go knight c5 though? Or knight somewhere. Oh, you could, oh, but the queen's hanging. So the queen has to move. That's the part that I'm not looking at. The queen has to move. Because if you move the knight, it's hanging. The rook doesn't make sense. The knight or the rook? If you take the knight, bishop d7, you can't go back to c6. If you take the rook, then they could just take on d3 with the queen. And you don't have a check, and that feels like that's an issue. So maybe taking with check is more forcing. But after bd7, I'm a little lost. Maybe you can slide back over to g6. And the king comes forward. Oh, then you go qf6, and then go back, and then you win the rook. So you get 2 things. If you get 2 things, that is winning. Alright. I think that's it here. And I don't even go to that far. Because if the bishop went back, you had like a check up, and then check when the rook in the corner. Now with the king forward, we got 1 piece. We need to get 1 more piece, and it's winning, or at least materialistically. I don't know how you'd win this with white. This seems a bit difficult, given what they have. Rook down is a thought, because if they move this, you just take it. So I think it's just rook a7, and they can't guard it. Taking this, that's a taking with check. Yeah, rook a7, and I give a check here, as my king's a little weak. I don't know how to guard this though. The knight can't move. That's the one thing. If the knight goes back to guard, they could just go here, and now you can't win the knight. And I think it's up here so that they can't take this with check if you go king d1. So king e2. If they move the bishop f3. So I think it's king here. Yes, that is correct. All right, let's go to this next one. The knight's here on d3. Okay, there's something. Oh, is it just that? Is it just mate in 1? No way. It's just h6. No, not mate in 1. But the idea. No, it's not mate. What am I talking about? That's not mate in 1. That's not. If you go up, check. The king is weak though. That's the thing. The king is very weak. Oh, could you sack? You might. No, there's. I see it. I have the makings of this mate. If you attack the rook here, can you go up here first? No, then they go down. I need to take a second. I'm getting excited because I think it's easy, but I'm about to make some bad decisions. As if you went up, the king captures. You would check. They'd go back. If you went knight in, you are threatening mate in 1 forever. Yeah, I guess you would be. Yeah, I think that is it still. I think you go here, take, check, back, here. They could never stop rook g8. So even if they get this check, you just move your king like down here, and they could never stop it. Yeah, sack. So I was right, but not because it's not mate in 1. But you go here, they go here, and then knight in. I'm pretty sure the problem with going knight in first would be rook down, then you can't move the pawn up. And let's see if, okay, do I still think it's this? I think it's this still, because rook g8 is just unstoppable. So like knight f6, rook d4, you'd go king g3. Yeah, and they just can't stop it. Because if you go down here, the knight can then move, and maybe they get away to, that still feels like that would be unstoppable. But there's more checks at least. If you go here, the knight can't check. You can only give a check this way. Yeah. Alright, let's go to this next one here. Appreciate the likes today, YK Robbins. Closing in on 7,000 on TikTok. H6, yeah, Charlotte, you're cooking. But we're 4 away, and we only have 1 incorrect, and it was one of the easiest puzzles ever. So, I'm feeling good. Maybe we can get past NW. I appreciate those likes there. Maybe we can get to the record. We are 5 correct puzzles away from that. Wait, why was rook g8 wrong? Oh, we can go through that. Why was rook g8 wrong? So, are you saying when the king went down? I think the same issue is here, is there's just not a way to hold the fortress. It's saying g5 or f6. But that's why I think you have to sack, because these are all forcing moves, right? This is forcing. They can only take. Like they can't react quick enough to get a pawn pushed up. So here, again, forcing, they can only go back. Even though you sack the pawn, they have to go back. And then here, again, you're mitigating this pawn. If the pawn pushes forward, there's no mate, because the king can go here to f7. So you have to blockade. And then going up here is useless, because you control 2 of the important squares. All 3 squares you control, wherever the rook would end up going. So that's why you have to do it in that order. Alright, we're on 50. This is the 55th puzzle. As you can see, I guess on everywhere you're watching, you can see that. Let's see if we can get this one correct. Alright, so they took here. What if h6 there? Let me just keep this open, my bad. What if h6 there? Oh, wrong one. What if h6? Here? Oh, if h6, are you saying here? if you're saying h6 on this point, they could go up. You're saying go up. Is this still mate because the knight? Is that what you're saying? And locker rooms, appreciate those likes there on TikTok. Yeah, with this, it's still mate. Because you don't have to guard. With these type of setups, you need to guard the one area if they have a pawn blocking, right? Like if the knight was rotated this way, then it'd be the same thing. They could have an H pawn still. And even if they push F6, that's still checkmate because the knight's guarding that escape square. Alright, let's go to this next one. They took in the center. As you see here, all good, all good. You should have seen the ones I've got wrong today. It happens. And then Clee, appreciate those likes. Or Cletus, appreciate the likes there on TikTok. Almost at 8,000. So if you move your rook over to B1, the queen would have to go to A3. So that, I don't know if that's it. I don't feel like there's anything after that. Knight capturing in the center on D4 feels a bit slow, especially with like bishop B4. So rook B1 is forcing. That's what I'll say. Rook B1 is forcing, and that might be what I go with. But you say you go there, they have to go. Have to is a good word in puzzles. They have to move the queen. They would have to go QA3. Then rook B3, another forcing move. Or no, they could just go QD7. So no, that might not be it. If you go rook B3, rook B1, QA3, they have QE7, not D7. And then they're just safe. So I don't know if that's what I want to do. Knight capturing in the center. I just think this doesn't do anything. Like, if you were to capture, like, yeah, you get a pawn, but there's no tactics, right? Then the queen could really just get out the way for free. So I still think it's rook B1, and I'm just missing the follow through. Because it would have to be a forcing move, which rook B1 is. They can only go back. Then could you take in the center? That they would still just move their queen out the way. There needs to be some... They also control the diagonal completely, so there's no bishop move. Oh no, I think it's is it A3? A3, and then no. There is some line where it's A3 though, in this Unglen Gambit type of system. Or this is not really Unglen Gambit, but actually, what is this? No, you can't go back any further. But rook B1, QA3. Knight can't sack on B5. Man, I'm really going to have to guess for this one. I'm not sure. If you go knight A4, is there something? Knight A4, they also would have to go QA3. Oh, maybe, oh, duh. It's knight A4 and then knight B6. Because, yeah, this is still forcing. Knight here. They can't go here, 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 here. So they'd have to go here. And then you're also getting rid of the attack. So you just go knight down. They go up, you go here. And the reason it works is because they can only move to A7, which is a square that the knight could attack taking on C8. This usually wouldn't work, though, because if they have, like, another square, they could just keep the knight there. But I'm almost certain it's knight A4. Because you're attacking, they could only go QA3. Nowhere on the B file is safe. And then you could go knight to B6. My only thing with this is, it feels very obscure, so I'm not all the way confident, but I see nothing else. I have to trust my instinct here. It is knight A4. And then, if that's right, and I'm guessing this part's right, yes. And then they move in, even giving up the rook, letting you take this for completely free. Let's double check, though, before I commit. I think this is just a move. All right, 54. All right. That's not bad at all. My first instinct is simply B5. B5, in a bullet game, I think I play immediately, and you'd either lose or win because of that. But I don't see how it could be anything else, right? If you just go B5 here, if they push, it probably would matter how. This seems so simple, but I know it's not. It's the 56 puzzle. It's obviously not easy. But B5 is just, it seems too free. If they take, you take. They would have to go, I imagine, G4. Because if they go F4, then you just go King F6. And I think if you go King F6 and they go King H6, that check on G5 may slow you down just enough where they can catch up to you. So I think your king on E5 is perfect. I think it's just B5. So B5, if they take, you'd have to take, because yeah, if you push, then they would have a passer. So up to B5, take, CX B5, G4, B4, Oh, you could. Oh. I think the thing is, you go up, take. If they go in, you go here first, and then down, and then here. And if they move, you go up. Because they can't bring the second pawn in because of this pawn. So I'm almost certain it's b5. I don't. Because king moving doesn't make sense, right? Because you're deliberately giving them an initiative with the pawn push, which would defeat the point. Okay, it is b5. And you have to take. Sometimes in these puzzles, you can just push, but your king is too spread thin if it goes all the way down. Like, or not, that's not a sentence. It's too spread thin because it made sense in my head, but they have, I didn't convey it in English. They have two pawns, so it's too spread thin to, you know, get here and here. So I think you have to take. Now, this is the part where I was doing some calculation. I believe it's just king here, because if you allow pawn forward, up, they go here, and then you go king, and they could just go king h6, and they would get a queen that way. If you go king here first, check, king g7, if the king moves, you go up, the king moves, you go up, the king moves, you go up. They're just too slow, right? So king, no! Why doesn't that work? I have to see why that doesn't work. Oh, because you can go qg6. Why does that not work? So let's see. You can go qg6. This is game review. I don't know why game review. Analysis. Okay, so it's saying after here, king h6. Oh, then they still get the check that I mentioned. This g5 idea, right? Check, and then you just. And now you're moved behind. Man, it was simple, and I could not get it. We were given the chance to break the record, and we could not come through. Although we still could. We get 4 right here. Yeah, their queen's here on c8. If you move, they can't go back here. Another one where I'm like, this seems simpler, but who knows? This is the only legal move that makes sense. Knight moving, they just take. And then join and appreciate these likes there on TikTok. But I believe king g7. Like, they just can't stop the mate. Alright. Check. I guess they can stop the mate. I don't know. I thought they could not stop the checkmate. They can. If we give this check, they move over. Could you then go here? I guess they can move their queen in. So probably not. So say take up. If you take the bishop, like, you can't keep their queen from going to h5. Like, if you go q f2, can you go h5 after? You go h5 now? But then your bishop is hanging. I don't see this one. Their queen's not weak. Remove your knight, they have their check idea. h5 has to be played some point. But is it before or after you go queen f2? I don't know. I guess you have to go qf2 first, because it's more forcing. They'd have to go king h3. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't see this. This is kind of a guess. I don't see this one. That is the first move. It's forcing, so that's kind of why I went with that. Now with the king there, knight g5, that sack wouldn't really work. You can't go qf1 or qg2. Bishop captures. But then qg4 fixes everything, right? Like, if you go bx h4, setting up the mate. Oh, maybe it's bishop captures f4. And then qg4 and then h5. But then they could go queen g2. I have no idea how you stop this. h5 first, and then bishop captures f4. Now it is a force mate that way. Yeah, because if you take, qg4 stops every mate idea. So you would have to go up first. That is a little scary, though. Because you're set, that's like mate in 3 at that point. That's mate in 3 at that point. Let's see. Here, you would have to take and then go there. Oops. You'd have to go h5, and then if they go they can't go there. Could they go here? Oh, wait, no, rook over? No, but then that's checkmate. And then if you do this, this definitely doesn't work. The reason I'm not really considering h4 versus f4, if it's a bishop move, it's f4. Because h4 runs into this bishop being under attack after qg4. So that wouldn't work. So it's either h5 or bishop captures. Which one is better? I think it's h5. Because if you take on f4, qg4, h5, they could just go qg2. And then if you went qd3, they could just go qf3. Like, I don't see how you could stop them from getting in anywhere. Oh, maybe if they go... Okay, if you take on f4, they have to go queen g4. Could I go... No, but then queen there doesn't work. I think it's h5. Let's see. No, it's not h5. We got two wrong in a row. What is it? It's saying you have to take first. Didn't even consider my knight. 95. Well, that does make sense now. Well, we got those two wrong. It looks wrong, yeah. That just did not work. But we got 54. Let's see. 3 away. Not the farthest away. Let's try this again. Let's try for some while. Try for a while. You said 95? Very good eye. Very good eye. Then you're going to take this and go rook here to e8. Alright, let's get the first couple. Let's try and go 30 for 30 to begin it. That's the goal. Because until 30, they aren't that complicated. And I've got some wrong today. And it's like, how did you get this wrong? Here, and then rook here to e1. And then checkmate. Alright. This one. See, again, I'm already thinking. The rook the rook has to slide down. Alright. This should be mate in 2. Check, and then checkmate here on f7. You're going to promote and check them, which is the problem. You could just... They promote, you take their queen, they take, and then you take their f-pawn, you promote your other pawn, which is why that one works. But you go queen here to a1 for this one. Queen here, take. Alright, you have the first 11. You got the first 12, that's checkmate. You want to sack your queen on c1, that's checkmate. This is the exact same puzzle. This is literally the exact same puzzle back to back. That's mate. Alright. I will say this is... It looks like this is more complex. But yeah, I think queen here to c4 is the response on this one. Let's see, any puzzle? No. Alright, queen here. Checkmate. You see the diagonals. The queen's going to slide down, and you're going to have mate on that second rank there. Now, if you go over or here, it looks like it's good, but you need to go here, stopping 2 squares short of h1. Diagonal, you have this entire control. Checkmate there. Alright, the rook can slide over, and then they can't do anything. I think just rook here to h7. Alright, next up, queen here, sack queen, take rook, that's checkmate. Alright, bishop going to take in the corner. This is a free rook. And then you have rook sliding in on g6 if they go backwards. So let's say take king up, and then you have this check, so yeah, I'm sure you just take. And then now, we're going to have the rook capture, and that's going to be a win eventually. The rook slides over, and this, you have this fork after you take, so queen captures. Knight in, and you're going to take the queen here. Am I winning the World Cup? Oh, no. I'm not Mbappe, but I don't watch soccer, so I don't know who's going to win that. I watch the World Cup, though. But we can give this check. They go over. Check. Appreciate that, Levon. Levon Aronian. That's a super grand master, I believe. There we go. Queen here. How did you get their username? That's crazy. But queen here, d4. Attacking. I don't know. Mbappe, Kyle Kuzma. Kuzma? I can see Kuzma more, honestly. I can see... You are Levon Aronian? Really? You're Levon Aronian? That's crazy. Am I getting trolled? This actually... If so, I watch you all the time. It was very cool watching your World Cup tour. It's no way Levon Aronian is watching my stream, though. But if so, if on the off chance, I'm a huge fan. That's crazy. You got a lot of followers. That is definitely possible. Wow. 14,000? No way. No way. No way. Dude, I watch all of the super tournaments. That's insane. Wow. That is crazy. Queen here to d4. Well, hopefully I don't get anything wrong and embarrass myself from a super grandmaster. But then we can go here with the check. They slide over. Check here. And then you can go here at the end. Yeah, I think it's queen here. Yeah. And now you have rook over winning the queen with rook h7. That is insane. No way. I was just watching the world. Wow. The rook here to h7. And you're going to take the queen. There's no checkmate. So yeah. I know this next one. They're going to slide their king up or over here to g. You could go here to c4, attacking the bishop. But that's probably not it. Bishop here is probably not it. Bishop here, not it. I don't see. This is just a free rook. Yeah. Glad I took my time there. Missing that would have been unfortunate. And now we have check. And then you take the queen. I'll go this next one. As you see the kings open in the center, I almost think it's just knight here. Yeah, I think it's just mated one. It looks like it shouldn't be this. Let's go on Pablo and Fairs. Rook d1. They slide over. This looks weird, but this is guarded, right? The king can't slide over. If you go knight in, they can't go over at all because of this. They can't move, so yeah, I think it's just knight here to f6. Alright, next up, the rook's going to slide forward. You can take king up here to f7. If you check over, I mean, you'd have to take this. That would be my assumption. You'd have to take this. Capture, king up. How do you get the pawn? Oh, this is the first move. How do you get the pawn promoted is what I'm missing. What if you go like rook g8? And then you force the rooks off the board there. Or is it rook h8? That does the same thing and it wins the h7 pawn. But maybe you need them to have that. I'm very confused for what should be an easy puzzle. It's definitely not rook f8. It's either rook to g8 or rook to h8. I'm not sure which one it is. I think if you go rook h8, sorry, let me make sure this is good. Alright, that's good. Rook h8, the rook or king would take the pawn, and then you have rook takes h7. Rook g8, it kind of it lets them keep the h pawn, right? But that's kind of intentional. My thought is they can't run their king around to take it if you don't take that. But I'm sure I'm going to do this one and say, why don't you just not go here? It's one of those two, though. That narrows it down a little bit. It's definitely not this, because just taking, what can you do after, right? So it's rook here or rook here. And if those don't see here, they take you queen. So it's about if you need to calculate the end game. Is it better for, because you have one pawn left after you move the rook, right? So you have to calculate, is it better to, I think it's almost better to let them keep the pawn. That's my guess, because if you, say you go here, and whatever they take with, and then you go here, and whatever, and then you get that, and then, like, the king somewhere. It feels like they can go just king around so quick. And then if you go here, they could just push. Like, your king needs to stop these. I don't see how. So here, take, no, here, they would take, here, down, take. I guess you, here, I guess they could just go d2 though, and then you go up, they go up. Then you could go down. Alright, honestly, I think I would play rook g8 in a game, but I'm guessing because it's level 25 puzzle, it's not going to be, you have to calculate, keep giving a pawn up, basically. So I'm going to go here. Yeah. I want to see why I was wrong though. But considering the puzzle difficulty, I'm guessing it's not what I'm saying. Can you not go rook g8? This is actually not even a top 3 move. This is just losing. Why does this not work? And you go here, here. If you took, can you not stop it? I guess you just can't stop it. Okay. I know this next one. 1007, just watched Tokyo Ghoul for the first time. Yes! You watch Tokyo Ghoul, you get the username. You get the username, yeah. That is why it is 993 Fairs. That is exactly why. I think I mentioned that before. Kaneki, Tokyo Ghoul. This is my favorite anything in anime and fiction. So yeah, that is the. I was trying to figure out what -7 from 1,000 made the most sense, And I was doing it with my friends and my girlfriend. Like 993 sounds better than like 986 or something. Because at first PJ's Chess wasn't an option. I actually made this the Twitch account with my PJ's Chess. Must have been a while ago, and I forgot. So I thought someone had my username. I had to add something to it. Makes sense of the third season. Personally, I love all 3 seasons. I know people say the third season's trash. I'm biased. I don't know what chemical that show gave my brain, but I've seen it a lot. I've rewatched it a lot. But I think you have to take, I guess you have to take. And then you can just push your pawn forward and go rook down. Here to c2. The c2, rook over. I mean, same thing on g3, and then you can still, So we get that one. They're going to capture here on h4, and then queen's going to capture. The thing is, after here, you can't bring another rook over. So I don't see. That's why is it rook? No, it's not rook b7. Do you know The Promised Neverland Season 2? No. I watched Season 1, and I watched the first episode of Season 2, and I was just a little disappointed. Is Glass Sky the song that's playing right now? And then Locker Room, appreciate those likes. But yeah, it's queen capture. That's my first thought, right? If they drop back, I guess you could just take here. So let's say here, and then they move their king down. That's where I'm confused. Oh, it's queen down here to g4, and if they go back up, you go up. Yeah, that's what it is. Here, here, and then take, and then here. All right, there's the next one here. Rook b7. Let's look at that. I think the problem with rook b7 is they can move their rook up to e7. Let's see. And then Jordan, thank you for these likes on TikTok and Locker Rooms. Both your usernames are going back and forth a lot. So much was left out. I heard that because I don't read that much manga, but there are YouTubers who will do it for you basically. So I saw that people were saying that's an issue with it. But rook down, I think they can do a lot of things. They can go here, it's saying. I don't know who's playing that, but I guess they could. That's a legal move. King g8 is +7. Why is that +7? Can you not? Oh, they can go bishop here. Okay. And then it's saying also they could go here. That's what I saw. And I'm guessing you could also push the bishop back. No, you can't. No, you can either go rook back or king g8 is the problem with that one. Alright, go to this next one. See if we can get to 30. We're at like 28 or 27 here. Alright. What do we have here? The rook's on b3. The knight is double attacked. Oh. I think I see it. So, there's a few things I should explain. The first thing I'll say is, right now, this rook is only guarded by the king. So if you could somehow attack the king and get it to move, it could only move there, and you take it checkmate. So you have to work backwards from that. Is probably the easiest way. So if you were to capture the knight, actually, I got ahead of myself. If you go here now, they can simply just take it, right? So that's the only thing. If you capture the knight, for this one turn before they move back, you're up a piece. So if they do take it back with whatever, bishop d4 check, right? So if the rook's still there, they'd go back, take, they just lose a rook. And then here, if they go up, that's checkmate. And then here, if they go here, I'm just going to do it. I think, it's not that. Is it bishop d4? Is bishop oh, they can't move it. I missed something. If the knight moves, this is checkmate. So I'm wrong. Here, and then the idea of this is correct. But I missed that they can somehow block that. Wow. I thought I was cooking. This is still slightly better, but it's not winning after rook to e1. And now the attack's done, because now they can go in the corner. That is interesting. Did not see that one. Bishop b4. Oh, you saw bishop d4. Okay. Did not see bishop d4. I thought just taking on b4, and it was good. Well, as we're at 27. I'm going to restart. I'm going to restart here. I feel, it says tough one. It said I did bad, basically. Because I'm trying to get to 60. I got to get the first 30 right. Like, that's the easy part. So let's speed through this. A lot of maiden ones to begin, as we know. A lot of easy beginnings. Checkmate. All right, we're going to go queen here for check. Right. And that should be made eventually. Alright, we have the white pieces. Opposition, checkmate on A1. You have the black pieces, similar to a puzzle we did earlier, but rook here to G2, and that's going to be checkmate. Alright, next up, the queen. The rook has gone down. We have this check, and then queen here, checkmate on G2. Another mate in 2 with a similar idea is you're just going to go down right in front of the king, front and center. This is a free rook, and there's nothing more complex than it here. Just going to capture. Alright, this is mate in 1. You just see the rook over here. Got the first 10. This is the first 11. The bishop guards it. This is a mate in 3. The knight's going to slide down. Rook H8, and you take the queen. The king's guarded. You can't go down because of the rook, but you can stop a square short because that's guarded. Alright. This one, a little bit more difficult, but I'm pretty sure you just take this. Yeah. Alright, then push the pawn forward in this one. If you just go up, you're attacking the queen and the bishop, and there's no downside to it, yeah. And you're just going to capture. We got the first 15. The knight's going to slide forward. You see their queen is a little weak, honestly. A little weak. So if you go knight to H5, they can't go there. They can't go up, and they can't go over there. So I think it's just knight H5. And now you take the queen. Alright, next up, the king's going to slide to E7. King E7. What else could we do? Sorry, I keep looking over because TikTok occasionally gives me a puzzle to do. A literal puzzle, so they know I'm actually active. But the king's here on E7. I'm thinking this is weak. So rook here, attacking both of them, and you're going to win this knight in the center. I have the first 17. Check is probably not it. Check here. Oh, maybe it is it. Oh, no. Well, yeah. That's it. Because if you take this, they take. You're going to take here, or go here, check, check, and then take in the center, going up this minor piece. Alright, the bishop's here on B2. I think there's mate in 1 because you have the rook there, and you can't go all the way down because of the bishop. So you stop a square short, and that should be mate. Alright, they move here. Oh, yeah, James, just saw your message about the... Oh, yeah, you're right. And then appreciate that, Keynes. I've been playing and doing a lot of puzzles lately, especially on stream. So I'm glad that it's showing through. But yeah, rook D7. Right here you have a remove the defender, or... Is that what you call this one? I guess if you go here and they move, it's remove the defender. But this is like... I don't know what type of puzzle you call it. It's a word for it, I'm sure. But yeah, this is the move. And then you're going to... Or then you do this. This is remove the defender. But if they move king over, rook over, I don't know what you call that, but it works. The queen's going to take here, and you have checkmate in 1, as the rook and queen are working together. Rook down is the first thought. Oh, I've done a puzzle like this before. It's not rook down. They subvert your expectations with the rook here, check. Because this is a usual mate idea. But knight here is checkmate. It's the check, and you still control the open file. Alright, the king's going to move. I have not done this one that often. Oh, no. Oh, I see it. It's check. You can't promote. I'm like, how do you promote? You can't. It's just because rook here is checkmate, right? Alright, let's go to this next one here. Let's see. The rook's over. This should just be queen down. Yeah, I think it's simply queen down. And you're going to take the bishop and then take the rook. You got the first 24. This one should be mate in 3. First rook here, check. You're attacking the king, forcing it forward. Rook captures here. And the important thing for this position is the pawn's guarding the knight, right? So you're going to capture, and then you're going to capture again. And they shouldn't be able to move anywhere. You get the first 25. Their pawn jumps forward. Okay. Bishop in is the first thought. I'm hesitant to say that's it because of bishop e2. My queen is just so bad right now. This is a pretty fun puzzle because this is not easy. Or it's not, maybe it's easy, but it's not obvious. Right? Because there's only one piece that's out there for black. I'm guessing you would have to check because nothing else at all would do anything. So it would have to be check first. Yeah, nothing else. Now this I do see. I'm missing why they can't go king up. I do get it now. Because this you just go up and then they move and you go up, check. That makes sense. I don't know why they couldn't go king e2. You can just go up now. And then you're going to take. Yeah, why can't they play king e2? That's why I was like, well, it may not work. Here. Is it because of check? Or bishop c3. Oh, and then if you take fork. Okay. Like, I see that way, because I've done that puzzle before. But king e2 I thought was an issue. But they go bishop here to d6. If you take... They take over. I feel like this has to be the move. And I'm just kind of going to go. I think this is the move. Because you're attacking, and you're going to discover it, check, and win that. There's one thing I didn't fully see. I'm just assuming. A little bit of an assumption. If you take this, and they take, you'll take, they'll go here. This part I'm following. King g6 is where I was a little confused. Oh, my other rook. There it is, the other rook. Now, okay, now it makes sense. Alright, let's go to this next one. We have the first 27. This should be a mate in 2. Check, yeah. Alright. This is a mate in 3. So this forces the king to go to h1, right? And you're going to sack the rook. And you see the knight is guarding both escape squares. So then rook here to h8 to finish off the mate there. Alright, let's go to this next one here. The queen slides over. If you slide in, no, that's simply not it. If you take this, again, simply not it. Simply not it. Oh, wait, no. Take here, up, down. Now, maybe that's not simply not it. Maybe that is... Or is it queen down? I think it's qc4. Yeah. Alright, the king's going to slide forward. Knight here to b4 attacking. If they go down, checkmate. So this, they have to sack their queen. Is there a forced mate, though? No, I think they just have to sack their queen. Or maybe not. Okay, I guess they go here. But then here over... A similar thing happens, right, after this check. And then you take this. Alright, their king's going to come forward. You have the black pieces. Ah, I get it. It looks like they're doing fine. You promote with check, so you just push if they go over. You go rook here. And then take here, down, but you promote with check, because that's why it's on a light square. These puzzles are so intricate, because if this wasn't on a light square, it just wouldn't work. But Lil Bro is crazy. Lil Bro is... I'm definitely older than you. But rook here, didn't you say you're taking a math class, right? High school math. Rook over, take, and then you can get a queen here, and that's game. Oh, I have to do some more calculation. Not fun, not fun. Unk to you. Oh, well, I'm not Unk either. I'm not Unk either. Big bro. I'm not quite there yet. When I'm there, I'll embrace it fully. I have no issue, but I am not quite Unk yet. All right. The pawn is here on e7. You only have one check, so I'm guessing you just go qb2. I don't know. Is that really it? Yeah, that's the only check you can even do. And going here, I don't think makes as much sense, because you don't have a lateral ability to do anything. Yeah. Wow, they're still making... Oh my god. They're still making me figure this out. Alright. Here. Then... Okay. Got the first 32. We're going to knight here. By going bald. I will go bald. I don't know why I've talked about this before. What's going on, Rob? I am early today. Yeah, I have to do something later. And honestly, I just had a free day. Usually, I do not have a free day. So, like, nothing to do. So, I got on earlier. Man, I'm glad, man. Good to hear. And we're doing some puzzles. Trying to get to 57. Almost there. But then to locker rooms, yeah, I'm going bald when it's time. I'm not doing the patches. I'm good. I'll just accept it. I don't think it looked that bad. I don't look bad with low hair. But yeah. Knight here, check. Up, take, up, checkmate. I think this is the move. And then take, and then this is mate. With queen f3. Alright, let's go to this next one. The rook's over here. Check, king forward. Now after that, I don't know. I don't know. Queen down first. And then Rob, how the finals looking for you? Is it a crazy finish to the semester? But here, up. You just can't give another check if that's the case. So I think you'd have to move the rook down. Rook down, king up. How do you do this? Check. So rook down here. Can you sack? Here, up, but then they have this. They can take on b7. So it's not a sacrifice. Oh, can you sacrifice now? Maybe you can sack now. Yeah, take here. If they move... No, take, down. And then over, and then rook down. Yeah. Yeah, okay. That makes more sense. I'm like, there has to be something, because there's nothing on f4. Now you push here to c2. And now rook down. And now queen. Okay, this next one here. Finals came to the live to avoid rim. Oh, what year are you in, locker rooms? Let's see. 2 finals scattered together in a small break and 2 more not too bad, not too good. That sounds, if that was me, I'd describe that as bad. Man, 4 finals, I've never had 4 finals. I've always had like something before finals week. I think it's knight b5 because rook c8, knight a7, and then you have checkmate on the next turn. So let's see. And there's no other way to, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just that. I'll show that real quick because they could have, you've had 4 finals and you're taking a sweat major too. So yeah, good luck. I guess I hope they went well. They already did them. Pre-farm, 5 finals, yeah. Man, I feel like I'm the odd man out. 5, 4, and Rob has 4. That's truly ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I have a thermo 1 and a physics 2 one. My other classes, it's like assignments that are due. That is crazy. But yeah, if they went rook here, you have knight here. Oh, this is checkmate. I thought you just win the rook. That's actually mate in 1 too. They can't move. Okay, this is mate in 1 2 different ways after you go knight here. This is mate, or mate in 2, or 1 move for you, depending on what they do. But yeah, we got the first 35. Let's see if we can continue the streak. And yeah, I will say, I'm not looking forward to that one. I have no idea how to do this physics. It's like this physics lesson. I understood electricity for physics 2, and I understood circuits enough. I don't understand magnetism. I have no idea. Like, it's like the vectors with your fingers. I can't. My brain does not compute that at all. It's ridiculous. But yeah, for this puzzle, you see you have these 2 attackers. So I would guess you take, and then take it in here, and then if take, knight takes, rook, then capture. Because if you took first, then the knight, or the rook, anything could go back, honestly. Right hand rule, yeah, man. Oh my god. I'm so bad at that. I cannot do visualization with learning. I need equations. Like, if it's equations, it may not be what I want to do, but I can figure it out. You have to do too much for me. And the equations for this one are not as intuitive for me. Whereas the electric potential and stuff for physics like that, I could understand at least to some extent. Luckily it's not weighted that much, so I can't complain. The thermo one is weighted a lot though. Do you take with the rook or the bishop is what I'm struggling with. I'm not sure which is better. If you take here, like, you really could just go back. So I really don't get the difference. You wouldn't be trapped whatever you did. But one of them is wrong, which is why this is a puzzle. Like, why it's not over yet. One of them is wrong. Let me see if I can figure out which one is which. So if you take, rook is safer for sure, I'll say. Rook is definitely the safer option. I don't see why you can't do bishop, because you could always just go bishop c5. And you'd be... Oh, no. If you took with the bishop, they could go bishop e3? Yes. Yeah. It is rook. Okay, I'll show that. That is an interesting way for that to work. What year are you in? Because we did grade 12 in South Africa. Advanced. Actually, the way that it is... And so I have a friend from Kenya, and he was mentioning that he got a physics 2 credit already, so he didn't have to take it here. But I did not do that in high school. My physics in high school was not, not at all. But I'm a senior. But the way it works at my school, like you just have to take it at some points. Like I'm in the class with sophomores as well. I just pushed it off till now. But yeah, for those who didn't see, if you took with the bishop here, they have bishop e3. So now you can't, if you take this as hanging, right? And this is honestly fine, like 2 pieces for a rook. But when you can just get it for free, it makes more sense to get it for free, right? You're just up a minor piece. Like you have 2 pieces versus a bishop versus 2 pieces versus a rook. One of those is just better than the other. So let's go to this next one. Here, their knight slides in. If you take, I just missed lockers. I have orgo, chem, microbiome, abnormal. Organic chemistry is crazy. I haven't taken it. I've heard horrible things from people I know who have taken it. And then I took Calc 2. That was also bad. I got like a C in that, and I got an A in the other 3 calculuses. I could not understand it. But if you capture here on d6, rook down, you could go king up. I feel like you can just take this. If they take back, you have this check, right? That should slow it down. And then if... Yeah, what I see it, it's hard to explain. But whatever they do, there's a way out of this, right? So this way you have the check first. But if they move the rook over, you also had something still. So they slide over. If you move your rook in, they'll take knight down. No. I'm not sure. Rook captures, king captures. The problem is there's no fork with the knight. Oh, is it? It might be bishop f6. Well, then they could go d7. So no, it may not be that. It may not be that. Bishop f6, d7. Oh, no, but it might be that. Because I'm worried about... Okay, I think it's here. Let's say check. Over. They can't bring their rook down. Because you're guarding h8. Wow, this is a hard... Oh, we're at 37. I said, this is a hard one. Yeah, I think it's this. Because then you could... If they go down, you could just take, and then take it, and take it, and up. And then it's hanging. Yeah. No, that's not it. That's not it. What is the correct answer? Most difficult? Yeah, that is... I remember that. Why can't they take this? Is what I didn't see. Oh. Bro. Got that one wrong. Got that one wrong. I have no... That is quite a sell. That was not very difficult. Well, if we get 37 incorrect, we have 2 more strikes for the next 22 puzzles. That is not what you want to see, really, but that's the scenario. If you move your queen in, king back, don't know if that's it. Rook over, still king back would have to be the move. So they go up here, you have check, right? So here, back. Can you take the rook for... No, you have to check them. That much is kind of obvious to me, or it would make the most sense. Maybe it's queen here? Queen f7, up. That's the problem. If they go up, what can you do? They couldn't... They could also just go back. None of this seems forcing to me. That's the problem. If you slide here, that's forcing, but like once the king's on a8, like how could you win? You can't get on any diagonal. The bishop is dark squared, so it wouldn't be helpful for the king on a8. And all light squares are taken care of. But you know that it has to be checkmate because they're up a rook and they have a mate somewhere on the way. It must be a... Because with knight a3 and then like qd1. So something like that. So which way is it? The queen has to... QE4? I think QE4, FX, E4 may be the issue with it. And you can't take the rook even because the queen check. It's like, how do you get around this? Check, back, take, check. Oh, I see it. I see it. It's queen move. Yeah, and then you take here. And then check. And then check. And then check. And then take. Alright. They're going to take here on d4. Here, it should just be bishop c4. Because they move their king, queen down, up. You take the rook. Move, push, take. Over, check, over. Well, that's the only thing. If you just move there... Oh, then you could go rook. Yeah, I think it's just bishop c4. Yeah, it was just too many issues in the position for them not to do that. I can show that, though, because I didn't talk about that too long. The issue with this is that if they go rook over, I think you can just move your rook over. Yeah, it's saying rook g3 is the best move. And then here... And you could probably do either of these things. So many things. Let's see if this is even good. No, can't do that. You can do anything but Q there. Let's say you just take it. That's probably more natural anyways. And then, yeah, you're just plus 11. Okay, let's go back to the puzzles. We have 38 correct and 1 incorrect. 2 more strikes. We got 2 right since that misstep there. All right, their king's here on c5. Knight d7. Knight d7, I'm not sure if that's it. I want to remove a defense. Like, I need their knight to go away. That's what's clear. But their king can slide in to attack that pawn. It's not a strong pawn. If you go h5, let's say king in, and then let's say king x e5. I think the problem is they're too slow, right? So you go up, they go here, up, and if they take or take, it doesn't matter in terms of move order. Like, it'd be one move later, but once the pawn is on h6, whether it's this pawn after taking back or this pawn here, they would take, and then you could just push. If they move their knight, this pawn could also go up. So you'd have 2 pawns on the 7th rank. You'd be down a knight, but their knight can't stop both of them. So I think you just push up. I don't think it matters, right? If they take this, you go here, they move the knight. That's exactly what I was saying. And move the knight, the other pawn would just went forward, so they couldn't stop that. They go bishop here to b6. I think this one's pretty simple, but I don't know. Do I trust my instinct? I think bishop captures b6, qx b6, rook a6. They move, you take on c6. I think that's the move order. But I want to double check that that's the right calculation. It just looks like a double attack with the rook and the queen on c6. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just it. And then here, a nice thing in between, but take, and it's still fine. And now you're winning. Alright, the rook's going to slide forward. We're at 4. You look like there should be some idea with a queen here and here. I don't think so. You can't take this because of the pin. If you could somehow get out the way of the pin or something, then this would make sense. But yeah, QH1 attacking. If they slide forward here, there's not really a way forward in this that I can see, at least. But the queen would, I'm guessing the queen has to go down. Queen down. The king goes forward. That's the only move. King to d2 or e2. What could you do after? Queen captures f3. I don't think that'd be it, because then your queen's just free. So I'm guessing that's probably not the move. Oh, maybe you could... Oh, is it b3? The queen could only go down to a1 on the diagonal. So then, yeah, I think it's just b3 deflection. No, it must have been b3 at some point. It's b3 second. All right, wrong move order. Why is it different though? Let's see. Oh, I'm missing my queen's hang. How did I miss that? My queen's just hanging. Yeah, that's quite the miss. They're not going to get there this time, I'm guessing. But that was a fun puzzle. That was a fun puzzle for sure. the knight could capture, and then you take, and then you go f4. I'm pretty sure. Take, and then f4 here. Gonna win that. Alright, I'm gonna take here in the center. You have this check. This is like a very nice check. And then you take here, setting up that mate idea. Let's see. Here. And then you're setting up mate here. They have this check in between. If you go here, they have this check. You're just going to go king over. And you're going to take this. And then just queen back. And they just cannot stop the mate. A lot of sacking. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, you see. There's nothing they can really do. They push their pawn forward here to d5. A double check. Or a double check here. Oh, this is gorgeous. It's here, over, and then knight takes checkmate. That's insane. Yeah, that's a pretty cool mate. Because the knight... Oh, maybe I did that kind of quickly. But there's just checkmate. The queen's guarding this, and the knight's delivering the check there. So it just cannot do anything. That's just a win. Alright, we're at 43. Let's get to at least 50. I mean, obviously you want to get higher than that, but that's not... I want that to be my baseline. But if the queen captures, the king can rotate back there. So that feels like it gives them too much leeway as they get back, and they could really do anything. So let's say you take on d5. What would you take with? You can take with the pawn or with the queen. Or you could push f... Oh, you can't push f5. Okay, so you have to... It's either qxd5 or exd5. And between the two, I'd rather take with the pawn, honestly. Because if you take with the queen, and then they go back, and then you go over, they can go up. If you do this instead, they go back. You go up. They can't go up in response. So yeah, I'm going to take this way. Then queen forward. And checkmate. Alright, next, their knight's down here on f7. And then appreciate the likes, bro. Closing in on 10.2 thousand. Much appreciated for all the likes we've got on TikTok today so far. But yeah, their knight's here. You have this check. If they slide anywhere, there should be some type of mate idea somewhere. Take here, checkmate. Or they'd go down and they need mate. Let's say here and they stop short, or they don't go to g7. They go to g7. Where instead could you go? But that has to be the first move. Because if you take this knight, the rook slides in. And then, like, wherever you go, there's a lot of... It seems like there should be a lot of checks. So this is why I'm kind of confident it's this first. Is after here is where I'm running into an issue. I still think it's this. Yeah. I'm going to move their king here to g7. You can't go to any diagonal attack. So you'd have to go down if you want to continue to check them. But then here, and then here. And then you take this one. But they have the two rooks, and that's not a winning advantage. So it must be something different than that. This is hanging, though. That's the... I feel like you would have to sack. You'd have to go here, and then they take it, and you go qf5. Yeah, I don't know how that's winning with the two rooks, but literally nothing else makes for progress. So I just want to go for this. Oh, it's not that. That's a 44. Oh, you can't. Oh, you just go qf5. They have to sack. I'm thinking them taking this pawn is the end of the world. You get 44 on that one. A little lower than usual, but not the... It's my number 11 all time. It's not the worst thing. Not the worst thing. But it's not a top 10 finish. Alright. Play note. So, I don't have... If you put the exclamation mark for... My music is not that advanced. I just have a YouTube playlist going on. Yeah, they went up here to b2. Rook down here, and then mate. Alright, get the first one. We have the black pieces, so that is a free queen. Second one, this should be mate in 2. With the rook down here, and now you take this rook, they can't move forward. Rook down here, take, and that's checkmate. This is mate. Got the first 5, got the first 6, the bishop's guarding. Queen down, take the knight, and rook goes down here for checkmate. This is mate in 1. Alright, now... This looks like it's just free. And this double check, though, this is not free. Yeah, I just want to capture. And the queen's going to slide in and then checkmate. And we got the first 10. There should be a double check that leads to a win. Yeah, knight here, capture rook. You're going to sack the queen on c8. We've seen this puzzle or something like it so often. This looks like there's something with c2, but you can just go here for checkmate on e2 instead. Very similar to 2 puzzles ago, as you sack the queen on f8, checkmate. They really want you to know and understand that for some odd reason. Rook here, and now knight in, and you take the queen. This should be a mate in 2. With queen up, only rook can come forward, and then rook down at the end. Alright, as you see, they have their queen here. You have this check. If you go in, that sack doesn't work because of king up, but check here instead will actually work. You have this check on the diagonal. You're going to take on f5, and then rook slides down for mate. This should be mate in 2. Queen. Oh, wait. No. I realized as soon as I let go that the queen had to go all the way down. Let's restart. Because getting one wrong in the first 20, not going to cut it. Alright. Queen down here. Checkmate in 1. This is a free knight. Alright, next. This is a free rook. Yeah, you could have went to h2 instead. I let go for no reason. Alright, here. Queen down. Checkmate. Mate. And we're going to catch back up quickly, as the first few are not that complex. Double check checkmate, I believe. Yeah. And you have queen sliding in. Take this, and your queen's going to slide there at the end. This should be mate in 3. You're going to capture. Their knight can go back, but you have knight here to h7. Alright, we have the black pieces. Take. I think you just go here. You promote with check is the problem. And this is check. Alright, next up. They look very weak right here. I don't know why this is the puzzle. If your queen slides up, their queen can blockade. Oh, you would take, then you have knight b6 at the end. Yeah. You take, and then knight b6 here. One in the rook in the corner. Alright, this is going to be a sack of the queen. Similar to the one we did a little bit ago, but the king can't get out. So now you can just sack. It doesn't have that diagonal relief. Rook taking on h2 is going to be checkmate. Alright, let's see the next one. The queen slides. This is a free rook here in the corner. And you have this check as well. You're going to take the queen at the end. We have the black pieces. You can capture this. And go down, down. Yeah, you can just go down all the way. You're going to promote with check, and they're not going to get their queen off. This is going to be mate in 1 is the knight guards the king's escape square. So that's checkmate. The bishop slides in. Capture. You're up a piece. They have a queen. You have a piece again. Or do you just take? Yeah, take, and then take. Yeah. Take queen, take bishop, and now you're up. Alright, this is where we were at before we made a mistake. We messed up on puzzle number 20. So the queen slides forward here to h4. What can we do as a response? You could go down, or you could give this bishop check. And that's actually checkmate, I believe. Yes, it would be checkmate. So let's go bishop here. Alright, next up, you see they push their pawn forward. Let's go queen in here to h4. Also very nice. The rook's going to slide in, and then queen captures b5. Qx b5, and rook down here to c1 checkmate. You see their bishop now gets active. You could take this because it's free. If they take, you then take the queen check, take, and then you take the bishop back. So let's see. Capture. They take. I mean, this is the same idea. You have to take the queen and then take the bishop, and you're up the minor piece. And you see they slide their rook over in this game. What is the follow-up? It looks like there should be a mate. You have the battery set up on this diagonal. So if you took here on f3, if you do gx f3, what can they do? You're setting that up. They could take back. This seems way... A lot's going on. Can the rook simply slide over? I can't do anything. I think it's taking. Yeah. And you're going to take here. You just have too strong of a hold on the diagonal here. And they get rid of the queen, but they're down a bishop at the end. Alright, this should be checkmate with rook to h1. It looks odd, but it's very straightforward. The queen can slide down here. Over, check, knight's going to blockade. That's where the issue arises for this one, because I see here over. And then down they have knight in. And then knight here they can get out the way, right? So what is the... Well, this is the first move, I'm guessing. Alright. Now this is where we have to do a little bit of thinking. Because knight blocking is a real way to stop this. Now the knight blocks, there's after you go down. I don't see how you could do that. The knight can't slide in either. Oh, maybe it's here. Here. But you can't come back here, though. So that doesn't make any sense. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe do you sack the knight? And then you take this somehow? That could be it. Oh, no, I think it is this. Here, and then knight here, and then the rook's attacking now. Knight down, and now you can bring this piece in. I think queen still takes. Alright, I want to slide. Is it knight in here or knight here? I would guess it's knight here first. Check. They slide their king over. Check here. Rook up. Take. But you know there's a forced mate. That's the whole point of this setup, is it's probably forced mate. So I think it's knight g6. The king slides over. And then... Oh, you have to just take the rook after, right? Yeah. Here, check. And that's it. You just take the rook after. I was overcomplicating it. This is a free queen, as the bishop can't actually move. And that'll be mate on the next turn. They take here on e1. The queen capture here on f7. If they slide over, you'll capture here on h7. And then that'll be it, right? Just take here on h7, checkmate. Alright, the queen's going to slide here to d2. If you take here on c8, you're setting up this mate idea, right? If you capture it, rook goes down, you'll take it. Yeah, take. If you go up here to a2, they can slide up, you move your king here to a3, and then you go b2? Oh, we got 30 wrong. Yeah, I'm going too fast. I could have slowed that one down. Let's see what the right answer was. Oh, king here, and then push. Yeah, I don't know why this is not timed. I'm just going quick. But here, the rook can capture, and the queen here, checkmate. Alright, rook's going to slide down in this one. And bishop here. And you want to win at the end. The king's going to slide out the way. h5 over bishop down, checkmate, because you're guarding the rank. So here, and then bishop down here to g5, checkmate. Alright, next, they're going to move their rooks to double up on the file. Rook captures once. They'd move with the rook, right? Bishop here then. And then you take the rook here. And you take here. Alright, so this next one. They move their knight forward here to g5. The queen can slide over anywhere, right? Let's see what makes the most sense. Or the queen could go here. This diagonal check. If they slide their king over, you could then take... But you also just take this now, too. So a few different options. You could just take there now. Or you could go q to c5. One of them is right, one of them is wrong. Obviously. I don't know which is which. If I'm guessing, if I were to play immediately like a bullet game, I'd go qc5. Because rook captures after... I don't know. I guess I feel like they both work. That's the issue. And they both don't work, or it wouldn't be a puzzle. So if you go qc5, let's say they move their king there to e2. Rook captures d2. Rook down. I guess you couldn't win the game, because they could just go back from c1 and d2 with the rook check, and if your queen moves in, they have the c file to work with. So that, for that reason, I think is rook captures h2 check. Right? They slide. They can only go forward or backwards. So if they go forward, or they can only go over, really. Check. Yeah, I think it's with the rook. It is with the rook. And then queen's going to slide over here for check. Alright. Queen's going to go here to g4. Taking. Let's see what we can do after. We have the black pieces. Looks like there should just be a mate idea here. And then here, and you take the bishop. Yeah, taking the queen is not that useful. Taking this check is useful. As you see, they have their rook sliding down. The rook can slide in check. They could move. You need this somehow. So how exactly do you get that in? Check up. Oh, knight here. Here. Rook down. That could be it. Rook the knight slides. They can only go king to f3. Then you go rook here to d3, checkmate. Here, and then here. Alright, I want to take here on h4. We have the white pieces. Oh, this is bishop e7. Because if they take, you have knight to f5, right? Here, here, and then take. Alright, next up, the bishop goes here to e2. Queen to a5 is the move, I think. Oh, no, you take the bishop first, and then qa5. Here, and then queen a5, and you take the knight here on a3. Alright, you see the queen slides all the way over. There is no obvious way through this one. Nothing obvious that I can see, at least. If you go q to g5, you're guarding the rook and you're setting up queen down to g1 checkmate. But I don't know if that's all the way correct. And thank you for all the new followers on TikTok. We gained 16 already in this stream. Capturing the queen takes back, so that's probably not it. You could threaten mate with rook to f8. Yeah, they can't guard this pawn. They have to go back. You take here. Yes, I think it's rook f8. Because nothing else even makes sense. Yeah, you just go here. And now this pawn is so weak. I think you take with the queen. And then rook here. As you see. Now, the rest of it... You think it's easy. You think this is simple to close it out. But I'm a little confused. If you take their queen... If they take your queen... you don't win anything. Then you take the bishop. Maybe it's just to go to an endgame where you have 3 extra pawns. That could be it. Yeah, because take, they take, and you'd slide over take. Nothing else is available. And it's just a winning endgame, apparently. Well, not apparently. It's obviously winning endgame. I tried to make sure it was nothing more than that, though. But that's all it is. Nice to know. So there are knights here on e3. If you capture, they can just take. So that's probably not it. Rook sliding over here to h8. I also, this is probably not it if I were to guess. Probably not it. Queen down. Here's an option. They don't have a mate idea. I think queen here. Yeah, and they can't really stop it. Check here and then rook over. Rook over, winning the queen. Alright, they move their rook down. They've doubled up. This knight is hanging. So there has to be a checkmate. It's whether you take or go here first is the question. If I were to bet, I think it's here. Because if you go here, they go king up. Check. Which one is it? I guess if you go here, they can go king up. So, I mean, you'd have to take up, check, down, rook down. Yeah, I think you have to take instead. And you have this check here on h8. And then bring your rook in. Now the rest. Is it queen here to f8 and then you take the queen? Alright. They move their bishop here to f6 in this puzzle. If you take the bishop, the queen can take back. But I don't see an immediate follow-up to that. So capture. Queen takes. Is there some sack on f3 potentially? That is a possibility. I could sack on f3 somehow. Sack on f3. They have gx f3. No. The queen... I'm guessing the queen is also part of this puzzle. They don't have it in the safest spot. If you go rook up attacking the bishop, that's probably not it. If you take and then go rook up, then they can take your knight. Could you go bishop to a6? Attacking their rook, but no. A lot of moves that you could play, but none of them feel like they're winning. Material count, it's about even. Yeah, it's 6 apiece right here. So there's no huge difference between having the white or black pieces. So you know that you have to create the advantage. You can't just maintain it and defend what you have, which is harder. I still feel like you have to sack the rook for some reason. Nothing else I can even remotely consider, or I'm remotely considering. But I don't see why that would work either. So that's why I was like, well, if I don't see how it works, I probably can't play that move. But bishop captures e6 seems like there's nothing after that. When the queen's sitting there, the knight on g4 is under attack. So how could you really maintain it? If you go rook f6, though, they could then just take it, queen captures. And there's nothing after that either. So that's why I'm leaning towards sacking. I'm leaning towards sacrificing. The queen wouldn't take or you take. Let's say you sacrifice, the pawn takes back. That's where the interesting part may be. Because then take, queen takes. But your knight's just under attack. That's the problem. Like, if your knight wasn't being attacked by the pawn here, let's say you capture, and then g captures f3, your knight's hanging, right? That's the main issue with that. You don't want to have your knight hanging before you try and capture this back. Let's say take. They can't take this or the bishop captures. So it does at least make them have to take with the g-pawn. Now, is that a bad thing? I don't really think it's a bad thing for them. Alright. If the queen... If we go here, they just slide over. A lot of nothing. I'm not seeing anything here. The knight can't... Let's do every... What spot can every piece go? Let's do that. Bishop here. I think it doesn't work because bishop goes back. And then bishop g7, useless. Bishop here, useless. So only bishop move I consider is bishop captures e6. Knight moves. The knight retreating. Again, I think that's kind of useless. So I'm not considering this knight at all for moving. This knight also runs into a similar issue. It has no useful spots. You could go there, but the knight's there. Or maybe you go there, and then you sack, and then you go knight in, but still, they could just go up and it's still guarded. But that could be it. But then they could just take, though. They can just take in any of these lines. That's the issue. Oh, maybe it's here. And then you're setting up sacking. And then you go queen here. I'm just going to have to make a move. No, that's not it. I was completely confused on that. A4. So simple. Didn't even think of it. Simply A4, moving the defender, and you go on to win. Alright, I have two wrong on this one. Their bishop's here on E5. I think you take king here, bishop check, and then queen down. Yeah. You can't move your queen in because they get in. Bishop here H6 first, and then you have queen down here. How do you find the solution? Are you saying, like, how do I find it, like how I'm calculating, or how do I see after? If you're saying, how do I see after, you can click on this is checkmate, or almost checkmate. This is check. No. Oh, yeah, you could go here, because here they go up, this is then mates. How do you see after? So you can, hold on, let me make sure this is right. You can click on the puzzle, and then you can go to analysis, or it'll just show this after. I'll give you the puzzle number and then everything you need to know to calculate it. But yeah, let's see. Their knight's here in the center. This knight is weak, so can you just take that? I mean, that fork is not worth anything, you know. Or you could take this knight, but then they could move knight in here. So I think you take with check, knight takes, and then takes. Because two knights for a rook is not bad at all, which is why this is not that good for them. Rook captures. If they move, you have this square. And then if they go up, this square. And then back and then checkmate. Yeah. So take. So check, up, check, forcing them back down. And then queen here. I believe that's forced. They can't move anywhere on this file because of the queen. So you're going to give this and then rook down, or queen down there to g7 checkmate. So officially got more than we did last time. Still not exactly what you want, but we have more. Take over, check. They have to take and then rook g7. That should be it. And then rook here to g7. And you take the queen, that's forced mate. Or not for, it's checkmate, not forced mate. You go up here to c6. We're at 46 here. If you take on c6 with the knight, you're looking at knight e7 after that. But I don't think that is forced because, you're also attacking the rook though. So yeah, okay, it probably is just that. Knight captures, you're attacking the rook. They could go rook b7, but then you could go knight or bishop to a6. But they also have knight to c6 too. Something to be worried about. But yeah, I think you just capture up. Yeah, this is probably fine. They go in with their knight, a super fork. Gonna have to respond to it. Because otherwise you lose your queen, so you have to take. Now this is where it gets difficult. Maybe it's just c4. Only thing I can think of, yeah. And now everything is protected. They give this check, and you know that your rook can't move. Your king can move, though. What if they promote to a knight, though? That, I guess, whatever you do, they can promote. If you move here, they can promote. It's about what you want to give up. What do you want to give up? If you take the bishop, I'll be up a lot. And then if they go get the queen, then you could take. Yeah, I think you can just take the bishop with the king. Because if you move, then bishop takes. Or you move, then queen. I don't know if there's a difference. Yeah, because if they promote to a knight, I thought it was bad for a second, but how do they win the game if they promote to a knight? I don't see a checkmate or anything. If you go king down, it's giving the queen for free. I don't see why you would have to do that. If you move the king down, they could then just get a queen. And then there's checkmate. Yeah, I think you just take this. And then you just take this. And they get the queen. Now you have to get out the way of them. I think it's queen here. Because if you go queen here, you let their rook get in. So I'm guessing it's king here. No, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. What is the move instead? It is not king back. We were tricked. Instead, you have to do what? King f2. What's the difference? King g2 is a draw, apparently. After rook e8. Oh, no. Rook here to e8. So if you go here instead, can they not still go rook e8? Bishop e3. Oh, you can block the rook from getting in with bishop e3. And then check knight d2. Okay. That was quite the difficult puzzle. Honestly, 2600 level. But we got 47. We got higher than last time, but not the highest today. And that's 10 behind the peak. So we still have work to do. Rook's going to capture here on e1 and take here on f1. Alright, rook's going to slide capture here on d1 checkmate. Next up, this is a free rook here on a1. Let's take that. This is made into rook down and a rook there to h8. A fork will win this rook here on b2. Amazing. You could you could check, take, check, take, and then take this. Yeah. And then you take the rook, and you're winning. And they slide the rook over. You have this bishop, though. Now the queen's going to pair it for checkmate. Now you're going to push this pawn forward. If you push this way, this pawn can't go forward. But you go here, now this pawn can go all the way down and promote to a queen. You're going to win that game there. This is checkmate in 1 with g5. As you see, the diagonals cut off, and it's opposition. Honestly, you don't even need the bishop here for this to be checkmate. But you go down, the rook is guarding the end of it, the latter part, so that's why you're able to do that. And this is mate in 1. Alright, their pawn's going to take. This looks... It looked good for a second, but you just take here on f5. And now the king cannot move anywhere. It's stuck. You see they move their pawn forward. You have this check. They have to go over, then queen to f8 checkmate. So check, and then boom. Alright, this should be made in 1 on g5, as they can't go backwards because of the knight, and they can't go forwards because of the queen still here on this rank. And that's perfect. You're going to sack the queen on f1 and this one. And we have the first 13. I mean, not exactly where you want to be on 13, but we have the first right. We wanted to be at the 50 still, or 48, and not get that last one right. Wrong. And same thing, though, you're going to sack the queen. We've done a lot of those puzzles. That is boring. I'm tired of seeing that one. But they have their bishop in. If you take a knight, you're up a piece. Yeah, you can just take this way. And you take, and you're up a minor piece. This is mate in 2. You're going to capture on f2 and capture on g2. Alright, the rook's going to slide forward here. Now here's an interesting spot. I think you can go c5 though. Because then if they move, you'll take. If you go there, they move, then you take. You're attacking the queen and the knight. So I want to go c5. They slide their rook in. An interesting response. I'm still going to go here attacking their queen. I feel like that's worth doing. Now here, you can take the rook. And they get a knight, but you won the exchange. Their queen slides in here to e1. They're looking to get close to our king here. We have a check, but they have an exchange. So, don't know if that's it exactly. Knight sliding in, but this... I guess if you get this trade... Oh, yeah, because you're up a rook. You would want to do this. And you don't want to let this happen. Yeah, I think it's just queen here. And you're already up, right? You're up already. So this is perfectly fine. Alright, they slide their king over. You can capture with check. You see they have this potential escape. You have bishop down. So I believe you'll take with check. And now you have this bishop check here on e7. And then rook up here to c3. Alright, got the first 20. You see their queen is here on g7. I think rook g8. And then Robert, appreciate those likes there on TikTok. Closing in on 10.5 thousand there. But yeah, rook g8 attacking the queen. If they move, what do you do? That is the question. But you have to move the rook out the way or you'll lose it. I'm not entirely... Hold on, 1 sec. Sorry about that, my mom's calling. 1 second. Okay, so everyone's be able to hear me now. Sorry about that. Quick break there. And their queen's here on g7. The rook can go here to g8. Attacking if they go here. Then can you just take in the center? I feel like you need to save the rook. Yeah, there's no need to give your rook up. I want to see why I couldn't do just queen there to h6 though. That's what I don't understand. Rook here, kill h6. Oh, you can sack, and then if they were to take, you have the fork. And if they just go over, it's saying d5. So it's just positionally winning. It's not a immediate win in that one, but it is a win. All right, we have the first. What is that? 21. See if we get to 22. This is mate in 1. A weird mate in 1, but queen back to e3 is opposition. It's kind of like double opposition where they can't go here, except this opposition has a check as well. Yeah, that's checkmate. The rook's going to slide over. You can take this check because you have the pin. They'll slide over, and then you could... There. Oh, wait, no. You cannot take that because of the bishop there. You cannot do that at all. I'll take that back. Had an under promotion and lost on time. Under promotion checkmate. What is... Ah, man. I've never done that. You've done something, or almost did something I have not been able to. I think you take here, then rook f3. Yeah. And you take here on g8. Alright, you have the white pieces. Promoting to a knight. Does that win? Knight, check. After king over, so yeah, I think you just get the queen. Was plus... Really? That is crazy. I've never been able to do... Every time I promote it, it's always been best. Unless I was trying to troll to do it that way. Because there's something called a rosin score I was showed a while ago. And that's one of the things I have none of. Like under promotion checkmate or castle checkmate. I don't have anything fun. It's all very boring the way that I win. I think rook e1, if they go over, you could... I don't see how you could win after that is the problem. Because if you go down, they just take... Oh, then you could go knight. Oh, you could sack the... Yeah, I see it. You would sack your knight eventually. Martian gambit. Man, I've been told so many gambits. I don't know any gambit. I don't know anything. Is that with e4? That with black or white? I think you go here and then knight in and then rook down. Now the first 25 here, this is pretty simple. And you have the fork. You're going to take the rook. Alright. The rook can slide over with this check on the king. And this is not anything. So let's say rook g8. If they slide over here, and rook g8 here, check, up. I mean, I think, but I guess the only thing is they could block with the knight. So at that point, but I think this is the move, yeah. They still block with the knight this way. If you take, then the queen could go if the queen takes back. You could take with the queen on f3. Yeah, this is my assumption. Take, queen gets in, and then knight here to f5, forcing the queen to sack itself. The rook slides over this diagonal check, and then slide in to the alien gambit, but sack on e6. Honestly, people have asked me about that one before too. I don't know that one either. I don't know any gambit but the queen's gambit, which is not a real gambit. That's the only thing I know that it has the word gambit in it. Take, yeah, that will be a win eventually. This is a free bishop. If they capture, there's not a mate, but it's check here. Yeah, I would say what can I do? It's here if you have this check, and then rook's going to take here on 8-3. All right, got the first 29. Oh, this is our move to the defender, but an advanced one. Take, check, take, and the bishop hangs at the end. All right, got the first 30. The rook slides in on this puzzle. Pawn forward and then bishop here seems to be the idea. Oh, but they have checkmate. Okay. Gotta lock in. They have rook to a8 if you are not careful. So what could I do instead? If you go rook d7, they still have rook a8. Bishop to e4 just loses the bishop. I mean, clearly the idea is just to... Oh, no, that's not mate. No, you can just go king. No, I'm wrong. You just go king up. Yeah, you can push. That's not checkmate. King b7. I'm thinking the rook has scope. It does not. And then bishop here to c2. And then you just want to take. Okay, so go to this next one here. We're able to get that one. Not too difficult. Almost blundered very badly, though. Is every day a puzzle day? No. So I only do puzzles every third day. Yesterday was a viewer tournament day. And the day before that was rated play. So rated play will be tomorrow, but no, not every day is a puzzle day. The king's here on h6. You could do... No, there's nothing there. You could give a check here. And if they go over, you have this... It's something to do with this, that your rook can go here where the queen's here. Let's say you go here and they have their rook over here. Check back, but then the rook can just slide back and forth. But this is a very nice square. And it does feel like it forces them to go rook here. Because they go queen back. Could you take... Maybe that's not forcing either, though. So maybe it's not there. Maybe it's not q to h8. Because I don't think that's particularly forcing. If you take with the rook and the queen captures... Check, no. And then you're down as well. You're down the knight for the rook. So it has to be a mate. That part is clear. So qh8 looks like the best move. The king can't move. Only pieces could block. So that's why I'm leaning towards that. Also, if you took first, check over, yeah, that wouldn't make sense. But go there, they block with the rook. Check. Down, check. I don't see how they couldn't just get away from me forever. That's the only thing that I'm missing about that. Because the rook sliding into f6 is not... it's not doing anything. Like if you go here, I don't know what I just said, but here, it's just not doing anything after rook slides over here to h7. Here doesn't work because take. Here, take, check, over, check, down, check. Oh, maybe you can do that. But no, what if they do here, take, here, they have to go down, here, they have to go down, check, with the knight there. That could be it. I don't see anything else. I want it to be this, though. I guess it's one of these two. It has to be something that forces a type of mate on the board. I think you're right, Jackson. I think it has to be that. Because this doesn't work, I'm pretty sure. They can just get out the way. Let's see. Here, take, check, and they have to sack. Alright, the knight's going to drop back here. The knight can go here to g4 attacking the king. They go back, and then can you go knight in. But they go up. You need a way to deliver a what is this, horizontal type of check. And right now you can't do that. The knight could retreat. Oh, they can't go back. What am I talking about? So they'd have to go up. And then you could deliver their horizontal. Yeah, there it is. As I completely missed that. They can't go back with the king. This is mate in 1. And yeah, you could just take here. That seems a bit simplistic. But yeah, that's checkmate. Alright, they move their king away. Up. And then up. And then here, and then check. Yeah, this is just forced mate after g5. They're too slow. Check. And you take here. Because opposition, they can't move. This is mate. What is happening? Oh, I thought this was just mate in 2. I'm like, why are they all so simple right now? I mean, still, it can't be that hard with the way this is set up. Take on f7. Feels like that's correct. King d7. Then would it be... Well, that has... If that's not the first move, that is crazy. I'm going to say that's the first move. They move... Check. No, I mean, this has to be it. That is the first move. Okay. Now, the second part, I wonder, is it check? And you're looking to attack that. So, Amir, I'm doing viewer... We have viewer tournaments yesterday. We'll have it in 2 streams for the viewer tournaments. But it must be here. Because if they go there... I don't see how... That has to be the move, though. Because nothing else wins. Like, this is the only check. Here, they block, because they can't push up or you'll take. So you go up, they go knight back. And then what? Here, knight back. No, you can't. Oh, I think this is the move. Yeah. I don't see why that works, though, honestly. It has to be QA4 because there's no other idea. But I'm missing after knight returns. What can you do? QC4. Oh, now you are throwing that mate in 1 with Q and C4. Okay. Very nice, very nice. Let's go to this next one. Here. Oops. Let me not do that. Well, this next one, we're at 36. We could. This would be a very good run. Not a bad start. This is an interesting sack. You can sack the queen. You sack the rook, king up, and then rook h7 is actually checkmate. Rarely is it a mate setup that works like this, but this is actually mate. See, they push their pawn forward here. This is weak. That's something to take note of. If you take here, they take. Whatever happens, you have queen in at the end. So I'm going to guess that's... not even guess. I think that's it. Or could you take this and then take... No. Take... They go here and you just go back. Yeah, it's just this instead. They have their knight sliding in. Alright, you just go queen down. Queen b8, and you take here, and you're stopping the fork still. Alright, the queen's going to slide in here to e2. Queen can jump up. They go back. It would... Oh, they could also just push the pawn forward. No, that's not it at all. Yeah, a lot of issues with that move. If you go bishop here, it looks like it's almost trapped. But they have QE3. So, don't know if that works. Maybe, maybe that's what it is. It's queen here and then bishop f3. So now you're guarding e3. Right? Because here they go up. Here they go here. Check, you go here. Wait. Yeah, check here. Because if you go here, they go here. So bishop f3. Yeah, and now it's trapped. The bishop's going to move here to a2. Let's see if we can get this. Knight back. Knight here. Oh, the bishop's almost trapped. Yeah, the knight here, the bishop pretty much trapped. And then here you take. Alright, next. The knight's going to be here on e4. The rook can capture, check. They could go up. Then you could go knight here. Because if you go here and they simply just go back, that's checkmate, right? So you know if you take, they have to move. And then you go here. This is a pin, and that's a pin. The king has to go back. And then take, and then queen down at the end. Yeah, I think that's it. Rook captures, and then knight here, right? Check, take, and then queen here, and then checkmate there on a7. All right, next, the queen's going to drop back. It should be along the lines of just take and then queen here. I don't think you have to do much more than that, because queen here first, they have bishop here, so it doesn't work. I think you capture. Okay, remove the defender. An interesting wrinkle to this, they took on a3 after I took. But I have I go first. So qa4, what can they do? Wow, this is kind of fun. I was not ready for that. Maybe you go bishop b5 check first, and then you still have the a pawn, the a bishop hanging. Yeah, they slide over, you take. Yeah, I think bishop b5 check. And then you take check, and you take here. All right, we're at 42. Let's go to this next. Another subscriber, much appreciated, at 965. All right, they go knight there to f4. And let's make sure I don't have a puzzle here to fill out. I do not. Cool. They go knight here to f4. You see right now, the king can't go backwards. It can't go back to the first rank. If you take on... Oh, yeah, you take on b5, qa... Or no, not b5. You take on b3, and then q to a4 is checkmate, and that's a forced move. They can't even... all they can do is take back. If you take this way, it doesn't quite work. But you take... I'm surprised it's not just over. This is just mate. Yeah, they make you play that, but that was the only move you could play. All right, you got the first 43. Definitely a better start than the last two, where we got some wrong a little bit earlier on. All right, let's see. If you go queen here to h2, check. They're going to drop their king back. There's this rook over move as well. So I wonder, could you, if you go rook here first, their queen slides in. I think I've done this puzzle before. I'm pretty sure I've done this before. I think it's queen here, check. They'll have to go back. No, I've done something similar to it. QH2, king here, check. Yeah, I mean, it has to be QH2. And it has to be a check. Now, the king slides out the way. Must be another check. And then bring your rook in now. And now queen here. Okay. Queen here to c1. King slides, right? But what if we go here first check? They have to go over. Check. Yeah, because if you go here, they get out diagonally. They're able to get out the way. Like if you stop a square short, they can only go here or go up. So I think it's queen to e1. Yeah. And now you go queen here. And now it's going to be a win eventually. Okay, let's go to this next one. I think queen down here, attacking the king. The king retreats and then rook captures on e6. Maybe the problem with this is that here they can move their bishop down. But then you could check still, and then there, and then... Yeah, it should be the same process. Oh, that's not it. It's not it. Is it rook? Wait. Oh, no. It's just made it 2. You just go there to g6. That is unfortunate. That was not even a hard one. But we messed that up. They move their king forward. What can we do? You could go here. And they go up. You go there. And then you take it. And then you go win that. Alright. The rook's going to go here to e6. Rook over simply. And then if they take, you go queen over. And then that mate is just unstoppable. Oh, they take the... Okay, well, you still could take this, right? Yeah. And this is still the main idea at the end. And now it's a free queen. Alright, got that one. The rook's going to slide forward. Capture. Take. 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 And then you have this at the end. Well, they give a check first. Not great. Not great. What do you do? Maybe rook d7? That feels... That feels like that's not right, but I know nothing else works. Because if you go knight to d7, they'll just take on d4. And if you go, I don't know, queen d7, that's obviously not it. And then here, they can then take. So I think it's rook d7. No, that's not. What is it? It is knight. Oh, now you pin the queen. Okay. You can't give up the rook. That is the part I missed. You can give up the rook. Alright, now we can go king here. And then check. How do you mate them with this setup? Seems like they have a way out. If you go up, their king slides in. So I think it's here so the king can't move in, right? But if they get a queen, you'd have to get mate pretty quick. And I don't see how you can mate them after that. It would have to be mate pretty fast. Oh, but I guess king b4 wouldn't work. Back, down, check, down. Yeah, this just doesn't work. If you move your king up here to b3, they get the queen, and then you go like here or here. So here first, they move, they get out. Here, they move. Oh, could you go there after? Yeah, because now you are guarding the... Yeah, I think that's it. And you're guarding the escape square. Alright, pawn here to c4. c4. I see, Paul, you said knight c3, knight c3, rook a4. Oh, rook a4 worked too, you're saying. Let's see. Wait. Here. Rook here. Oh, no. Not rook a4. But I see you say... Oh, if king b4. Oh, yeah. Here and then rook a4. And that's the maiden one. Oh, yeah, it was maiden one whatever they did. I get it now. That's why it worked. Whatever they did, there was a mate in one at the end of it. So this puzzle, I think it's rook d7. Because you're setting up rook down for checkmate. And it's kind of unstoppable. So they have to sack that, take. And then you take the bishop too. You're just up a rook. Oh. No, what did we get wrong there? It's king back first. Wow, why does that not work? If you go rook here, oh, they have a check. And then you move and then they have another check. And then here, and now there's not some huge advantage. There's no check. Oh, they can't do that. But it's saying at the bishop here. There's just no anything. Tough. We got to 47 that one. 47, I think we've got back to back. I feel like we need to get above that. We have to break the 47 streak of this stream. Because we got to 50s a lot the last one. But 3-2-1. Maybe move a little bit slower, but honestly, I just don't think I saw some of it, even if I went slower. But a lot of maiden ones start off again. Not a difficult beginning. Take there. Queen down and take the rook there. Alright, rook down here. Check. Checkmate. Checkmate. And here's the first 7. Here's the first 8. Here's the first 9. A lot of maiden ones. This one takes a little more thought process, but it's bishop here, and then you take... That's the first 10. Okay. This first 11 is the rook is there. Now do you push? And just get this past h-pawn? They're one move short. They're almost there. It looks scary for a second. The queen can take here for checkmate. The king can't go anywhere. Queen's going to slide down for mate. Now you can have your queen go to h4. Exchange. And get the rook. This looks like a sack of some queen. Is the queen... The queen has to be the one that's sacked. But how do you do it? They have 2 rooks there. Usually they don't have that many pieces remaining. Or is it with the bishop? Oh, yeah, it's bishop. Because if bishop, king here, you could sack the queen. They take, and then rook here to h3. Right. And then here, take, over, down, take, yeah. They don't make you do it that way. But I'll show the other way, because that was a fun checkmate. Let's look at that. Because the way it works is, if you take, no, here, queen sacks, and rook here to h1 is, h3 is checkmate. pretty cool. You see their bishops here on c6. You're setting up this checkmate here on h7. You get that? I see their king's going to slide forward. Rook over. They go up. You get this checkmate in the center of the board. Yeah, I think it's rook e1. And then checkmate here on c5. The queen's going to slide over. This is a free rook that they're going to give up. Is there a way? Yeah, I think it's just easier to do this way. No, is it the other way? No way. Oh, do you just do it immediately? You just do it immediately. Yeah. Okay, we'll have to restart then. Because we are going to need all the points we can in the first 20. Alright, 3, 2, 1. That is way too much of a simplification. Over. Just made it harder. It was a free queen. And I was trying to big brain it and I just missed it. Alright, get the first 5. This is a free queen. Alright, this is going to be checkmate. And we've already got a good amount, almost halfway to where we were at. Queen down here for mate. Checkmate here on h6 as the queen's active. Now you're going to sack the queen here on f1. I've seen this just too many times. It never happens. This is a fork though. You're going to take the knight. And you're going to drop the knight back here, capturing. Alright, you're going to attack the queen and set up this mate in one idea, right? So here you're attacking it, and they can't do much about it. Queen slides over, queen in. You see that mate at the end there. The bishop can sack itself, and you're going to take and win the rook in the corner. Here, and then q captures a8. Alright, the rook's going to slide over. The bishop can jump here, a diagonal checkmate. And they can't make any moves. This is not free. You can give a check here. The king comes forward. Forced. Is that? No, there must be more than just simply repetition. But you can't queen trade. That's definitely not a win. Check. Check. Is this just repetition? Unless I'm not seeing this clearly. No, the queen's definitely guarded. This is the only check, so I think it's here. Alright, do you just go back and forth? Because you can't win the rook. You can't give a check and attack the rook at the same time. So I think it's here. And if they go in, check, up, check, yeah, because if you go here, and then here, and then here, and then up, you can't check them again, right? It's not possible. So I think it's queen in. Yeah, I think you just need to get a draw. And then down. This still can't be attacked at the same time. So let's go queen down here. Alright, that's the idea. It's repetition that would have happened there if you kept that. Rook can slide. They go up. And then you're going to go queen. Oh, no, not queen. Rook over to attack the queen. That's why queen was on my mind. And rook sliding over. And you take this here on f2. Alright, next up. You see the bishops here on c7. You can sacrifice your queen here. They'll take and rook takes here on f1. And that's going to end up being checkmate there. Let's see if that works. Sacrifice. Boom. That's mate. And we have the first 20. Or, okay. Now the first... I got it wrong for a second. Now you have the first 20. And the first 21. This is a ladder checkmate. Pretty simple there. You can sack the knight. And then you have queen captures on b7. Let's see if that's right. Give a check. And then queen captures b7. And that's checkmate. Alright. This should be mate in 3. Rook takes. Rook slides. And this other rook's going to slide over to deliver the final checkmate. The rook's here on d1. We could have g captures. Then if the bishop moves, you have rook g8 check. I like that idea. And then rook g8 check here. Moving the defender and then taking on f3. Alright, the rook's going to slide in. We can... I don't know off the top of my head. Like the last few we've been getting, you know, pretty simple, pretty easy. I think about this one for a second. Taking the knight, you can't do. The game is just over if you take the knight. So that's not an option. Taking there on f3 also does not feel that good of an option. The queen is free there on d7. Is it just that simple? I guess maybe it is. You take the queen, they take. You take the rook. I guess. I don't know. It feels like they have a lot on the diagonal. But let's just see. I imagine a free queen is of the highest importance in a chess game. Now this is where I'm confused. Because how do you stop them from promoting. Maybe you don't. Maybe you just take the rook and then play from there. Yeah, they don't even do it this way. Take. Alright. Next up, their knight's going to go here to a6. You can't sack. I was almost like, can you sack or something? You can't. This rook is under attack. Do you take and then set this up? Maybe you do, because right now, even if you are a move slow, this is still unstoppable. They can't stop rook h6. They'd have to block. There's no check. And then you just take here, setting up rook h6. Alright, you see their bishop slides in. You can actually sack one rook. They'll take and then rook down. That's a forced checkmate. And you see you have to act quick because g2 is weak. So you know you have to get a forcing attack. Alright, the queen's, or not the queen, the king slides over. We can go queen in, what is this? Queen to h1 check. And if they slide, you take the rook in the corner. But this is hanging. So maybe it's here, up, check, and then you take it. And now you don't take immediately because this hangs. And if you go in here, the queen takes. But bishop to a6, check, attacking the king, and then you take the rook. You just up this bishop the rest of the game. This should be checkmate with king qg3. The king can't come forward or there, and there's no blockade for the diagonal. That's just mate in 1. And can we get the first 30? Queen check. The king can only go here to d4, and you have rook to d8 check. Now, I don't think... Because what if they go c5 after? Well, I'm sure this is the first move. Queen here. And they go this way instead. Honestly, a little bit easier of a way. Because now you go up, they go here, you just take the queen. So, check. And then the queen's falling. I want to see what happens if they go the other way, though. I'm not entirely sure. If you check, they go here. I saw rook... Oh, it's c5. Rook d8 is still winning, but c5 is the idea. And if they were to take here, this is a free queen. Oh, you're just removing the defender. That's what it is. So rook d8 I don't think works because if you go here, they can block with the bishop. Yeah, bishop d5. Now, still losing if you find, but only if you find qf2. And if they go here, I'm guessing it's you take, and then you take the queen. Or, not that. Then you take the queen here. Alright, let's go to this next one. We're at 30. We're on the 31st puzzle. Let's see if we can continue and break the streak. Rook's going to, or top it at least. Rook down here. They go back. Then because you go queen, or rook here to d8. Because here, they block, you take, yeah. That seems like a pretty easy way to win some material. And then rook here. They can't get a defender of that d3 bishop in time. And you're going to take this first. And then take the bishop. Alright, as you see their bishop captures on g4. You could take threatening that mate. But I think knight here is just checkmate here on d3. Yeah. Or mate in 2. Because you go here, they go up, and then you go queen down. So that should be mate on f2. Alright, next up, the rook's in the center. This one is kind of simple. You want to go down if they go over, checkmate. That's mate. And then if you go down, they go here. That's also checkmate. So just rook down, take the rook, and then you're going to mate them with rook here to f8. Alright, as you see, they have a pawn that's pushed on h4. What if I go f4 as the response? Because I don't see... If you take there on h4, that seems like that gives them an advantage. So let's see. f4. They take on g5. f3, g6, f2, g7. Or do I... Oh, maybe you take, up, 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 queen, queen, queen a1. I think you have to take... Oh, I guess not. You do just push as I had said. Okay. So you just push. If they take... If they push, you're just faster. Yeah. A bit of a miss. We're at 33. I guess we're far enough for you. I'm not going to restart. I almost rather restart, but we'll just take that one. We got the first 33. We just got to be good from this point on. You could take this attacking and then promote after. And then get a queen here. And yeah, we get that one right after getting that one wrong. The rooks, or the other one wrong. They slide the rook here to d1. You can bring your queen here to h4, looking to attack there. So let's say qh4, they go rook down. You'll take, but then the queen could take, forcing the queen exchange. So I don't think that's it, and it's not forcing enough. Could you go rook to c1? That's also not forcing. They could just trade off, and then what could you do after that? I don't know. Queen h4 is nothing. qa3 is nothing. Rook c1 is nothing. Rook c6 doesn't work because of rook d8. Everything seems like it has a solution for them. There's no way to break through with my pieces. But maybe it's queen h4 though. Because queen h4, rook d8. Oh, you could just go king h7 and sack the rook, threatening the checkmate. So if you go there and they bring their rook down, take, rook takes, and then you could, yeah, I think it is this. Yeah, they have to go back. But what you could do is take, capture, and then queen here. Let's see. And then queen here, and then take with check. Alright, next up. The knight's going to take, what did it take? It took a rook there on d8. Right now, we're just down a rook. I believe you could just take on e3. And then if they take, you'll take their knight. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Then you have the pen. So you take here on e3. The rook will capture. And then bishop to d4 instead. And you don't take. Because then you're just down. But here, bishop d4. And we're going to take this, attacking two knights. Alright, see they capture in the center of the board. You could capture here, they'll take the knight here. They'll take, you'll go here and then slide back and capture. And now you're going to take that pawn there on c. So you're not winning a piece really, but you win a couple pawns and you have a much better position, a safer king, all of those things. You see their king slides over. So it should be a lot of checks as this is hanging. So I imagine it's queen sliding in and then over and then like rook here. And then if they go here, you could take because they can't take the rook at that point. So queen here to e6. Now I think it's rook here to f1. Now you can take because taking this isn't a check and you could double check there. So you want to capture. And then now you can move your king here to h1 again, pointing out that this is weak, but they can't do it with check. And this is a double check checkmate. So you're going to slide back here to h1. And then now you can bring your rook in. This is bad, but remember, you're checking it with every move you're making. So it's not a huge issue. You take the queen, and that's weak, but you could guard it in time. Alright, they push their pawn forward here to f6. You could go queen here, attacking. If they push, would you take? I'm not sure which way you do that, but this is probably the first move. Now, how exactly you do it? I'm guessing you take this way with the bishop. No, it's the knight. It's the knight. And then, wow. Looks like we're going to lose this one early. We're at 38. This is not made in 2. They made in 2, but you have a check here. The king, if it goes back, they have this capture. If it goes here, check. But can they not just, then you go up here, and they go back, and then you take. I'm not entirely sure about this one, but here doesn't feel right. They can, oh, they can't take. Oh yeah, no, they can't take, You can go here, instead, yeah. And they capture this. Looks like there should still be a winning idea for me here. If you sack the bishop, they take, the rook slides over. Yeah, I think I have to sack the bishop. Bishop h2, rook h8, and now you win the queen. Alright, nice puzzle, nice tactic. They took the rook. You can capture here on f7. This is check. The king has to slide over. Take, opening up the bishop here. Take, over. Take, up, take. Because there may not be a checkmate, but you can win a lot of material back. So first you capture. And let's just reassess. I don't see a way you could... Oh, no, you could do bishop captures. It is checkmate and not the queen. I want to go down. Upon running away, I think I just take this. And you have to stop there being an opposition somehow. So let's say king g4. What is that? King d6. King f5. King e7. King e4. I think you just move diagonally. And then here. And you give the opposition. Now is promoting. You see the knight's going to jump in. Capturing with the knight. Take. Okay, they take with the bishop. And then you take, and then take. But then if you do this here, they capture, you capture, bishop captures, then rook over to e8 again. And now they can't guard it because they can't go back to c3. Again, very intricate puzzle design, because if c3 wasn't there, that wouldn't work. They could just go bishop c3 at the end. But I believe it's capture, and then rook takes here, and then rook here, and they can't go c3, so you're just going to take this pawn, removing the defense, and now you're going to capture the rook at the end there. Alright, and this puzzle, they move their queen here to d4. c5? c5, the queen looks trapped. It can't go anywhere. Yeah, I think c5, the queen's just trapped. And this is a free queen. Oh, this is not a free queen. It's not a free queen. I almost took that immediately, but they can go back. So now is it b5? If they go back, what can you do? Let's say they go back there to c2. Man. I thought this was going to be easy. I got the first move. The first move was just c5. They go qa4. Now the second move, I believe, is b5, attacking the queen. They have to go to c2. And I'm drawing a blank here. Once they retreat, there's no more initiatives, no more forward progress. Maybe you do have to take the queen, and then bishop captures. Is there a tactic there that I'm not seeing? If your knight slides in, check. They slide over. No, I don't think it is that. I think it does have something to do with the queen. The dark square bishop is not under anyone's protection. Let's say you take. So let's say you do take. Queen captures a4, bishop x a4, and then you have like a knight check in there. And then they move their king over. Knight g3. They take, knight captures, but then they get 2 pieces for it. I do think you have to trade the queens, though, because there's no way it's just b5, the queen goes back. There's literally nothing there. So if you trade queens, bishop captures, knight e2. The king slides over. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not. You said knight f2 after bishop. So yeah, you're saying, I think you're saying this, right? Knight e2. I think you have to, no, you don't have to take. What is it? Oh, it's, you're saying there immediately. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Yeah, did not even consider doing it before. Because if you go knight in, the king can't go over, right? Because you have 2 knights there. And if they take, you have a checkmate idea eventually. Dude, we've got 40 the last couple. I'll say, I'm not too mad at the ones we got wrong. These are some difficult puzzles. We're at 42, but we know where we can get to. We know where we can get to. Checkmate in 1. We're having good starts. We're getting stuck around the 40s the last couple. So we know where we have to slow down a little bit at. Alright, you can just capture here. And then take this. I got the first 3. We have the black pieces made in 1 here on h2. This is when we made in 1 because the bishop guards the escape square. So q to h8. Checkmate here on h7. Another one where it should be an easy mate. I think it's bishop here. Diagonal, diagonal control, control, protect it. So bishop c5. Another, the obligated queen to f1 sacrifice puzzle. We've got every time I've ever done this. Take and then checkmate. Alright, do we get the first 10? Remove the defender, and then you take this bishop here on e7. Checkmate because the bishop is guarding this. Or attacking this as well, I guess would be more accurate. Double check, and then rook down here to e1 checkmate. Alright, you see they have their rook in. Now, if you were to take this there, I wonder if there's something here. Oh, it probably is this, actually. Because if they take this, you'll take with check, and then you take their rook. And if you took that, they take this does nothing. And then here, if they don't take, you'll just take the rook. So yeah, knight here. A bit tricky for 13, I'll say. A bit tricky. And you just take the rook here on d6. Alright, this should be checked. See, this is what I'm looking for this early on. Mate in 1. Give me something like that. Ease me in. If you capture check, this is a the defender tactic. Taking there on f4 at the end. So take check. That's free now. Alright, you see the queen slides forward. If you take the queen, they'll take you to knight capture c2. That's a fork there. So capture, knight x c2, knight x a1. Alright, the bishop's going to capture. There should be a mate. Based off the material difference, you see they're up a rook and a bishop. So I imagine you just push the pawn forward. Check. Oh, you have to go over, you get the queen. Yeah, so check here. Can you promote to a knight? No, that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work. What can you do? Can you just get the queen now? Maybe you can just get the queen now. Yeah, I think you can. And take. You have a queen versus a bishop. Alright, this is a mate in 3. You're going up here to g5, attacking the king. They have to take, you'll take check. They have to come up, and then rook here's checkmate on f3. Here. You have to take this way. If you take this way, the king can now escape. You take here, and the rook gets behind it, and that's going to be mate on the rook there, on the king there. This is mate in 1 with rook to f1. And they can't go forward because of the pawn and the king. So that's checkmate. Queen up here is also mate, a weird mate, but they can't go up at all, and nothing can block the diagonal. So qh5. This is a free queen. As you see, the pawn can't move because of the rook, so this is actually free. Alright, got the first 21. They're going to take this here on d3. This is a free pawn in the center. I don't know if it's more complex than that, but maybe it's that, and then you take there on b7. I'm not sure how this happens. I don't know how this would ever happen in a game, but that would win you a piece. So queen's going to capture with check, and then you take the queen, and then you take the piece, going into a winning endgame. As you see, their pawn goes down. They're looking for this promotion. I think it's here, back, here, here, over, move, and you take the queen, and you also stop the promotion. Let's see if that's correct. Check, queen down, check, and then qx d7, and then qx e8. Alright, so this next one. They take here in the center on e5. What can we do? The rook could slide over check here to g4. If they go king in the corner, then you have q to f6 checkmate. That should be it. So check, queen down check, and that's checkmate. See there are knights here on f4. Queen down. If they move, you have up. And this bishop is activated. But then the king can get out the way. Oh, then queen here. Yeah, I see. I see. Queen here. This is intentional. This works. You take. And now queen slides here to f5 checkmate. There's an opposition, but you can't stay in check, obviously. So that fixes that problem. If you go over, it's one of these two, obviously. I'm not sure which one is better. They both seem like they have a purpose. So if you go king d6, they could then try and go king f6, right? Or no, king f8. You have a check. Yeah, this one's not super obvious to me. My guess would be this way, because if you go here, it's like you have less scope on them. So I want to go here. I would almost do this instantly if it wasn't what this is. This is a puzzle. I can take some time, because king f6, it does allow the king to go over. And now whatever you do, they can just run away. Whereas this way, they can't go over because of this check. And if they go down, then you check. So that's why I'm leaning towards king d6. King f6, yeah, there's just more space to be had if you don't have this opposition. So let's go here. That's correct. And then here. So I want to see what I missed, because I wasn't entirely sure they could do that. I thought they could move somewhere else. Let's see here. Now what if they move here? Where's the mate? Oh, king d7. I was like, there's no mate with the rook and the knight. King d7 does stop that. Yeah, you take, and then they do whatever here, and then this is just checkmate. Because they can't go back once the king's forward. That's the move I missed. Alright, so we get that correct. We have the first 26, but we have had some good starts, even with getting 40 today. So we have to maintain it. That's more what we have to do. QE4 check. It attacks the king. It's guarded. That's a beautiful move. And that's checkmate. As you see, the king slides over. This is also a forced mate. With g3, if they take hx g3, that's still checkmate at the end there, as they can't go back because of the queen. Alright, we're at 28. That was a quick 2. The knight's there on h4. qb5. Yeah, qb5 because king e1, qe2, and then qb5, king g1, rook b1, rook xb1, qxb1, and that's checkmate. So check, and now you see this, and then queen capture. That's mate because they have no back rank there. Queen straight forward should win the material, because if you just take, they could take, and you can't do anything. But queen here, now you can do something. This is under attack, so you could take this check, and then take here. Yeah. Alright, the queen's going to slide. They have mate in 1. I also have mate in 1 though, because this is mate, but they can't do anything to QA8. The king can't escape diagonally as the rook was blocking it. You could go QD4 check. Similar to this is actually the exact same thing as 2 puzzles ago, where the idea is if they go over, you can go down. If they go this way, you have checkmate. So that's why QD4 works here. And they do it this way again, and that's mate, which makes more sense to the computer. It's trying to make the game as long as possible. That way, it survives a little bit longer. Alright, they go up here to g4. This should be mate in 2. Rook h captures h3. King g4. And then h5, checkmate. Yeah, I believe so. Check, yeah, and they're just mate on the next turn. Alright, their king's going to slide down. This would be free if you moved it. So, is it check over check over checkmate? I think so, because if you go this way, here, after they move their king to h4, you can't continue the attack. But this is a check, it's a forced over. This is a check, it's a forced back, and then g5 is checkmate. Here, check, and then g5 for mate. Alright, we got this one. We can go rook to h5, and that's just mate in 1. Right, yeah, rook h4, h5 would be checkmate. Or rook 4, h5, I guess is how you write that down. You go here. They can't go forward at all because of the pawns. If you move this one, they can go backwards. This is all cut off. Check. They can't move forward. That should just be mate in 1. Alright, you see their king is going to move to the side of the board. I imagine you need the pawn to get any real attack going. So let's say that it's g4. G4, they slide their king. Oh, then you could go, I see. You could then go q to e7. They go g5, and then qx h7. Right. Because they could, that's the only legal move. So you go here. And now you go here. They can only play up, and then you can take. And that's checkmate. Let's go to this next one. They capture here on d6. Is there any deflection? I don't think so. Rook captures. Rook captures. And then like QE7. You see the king is not the safest. My king is definitely safer with the black pieces. And if you take... If they were to take with the queen, if you take the rook, then you have rook e1 and then rook x d1. And they have 2 pieces on the same file, despite them not being right next to each other. They just take whatever the queen takes, the one that's remaining. So that's why if you take there, they have to take with the rook. But where I'm struggling is how that's some issue if they take with the rook. It must be, because the other way is not possible. And nothing else makes any sense at all. So you would have to do it that way, is the assumption. And then Moses, appreciate the follow there. But yeah, it would have to be take, and then this. This is bad, and I have to figure out why that's bad. If you check there on e1, The king can come forward. I'm not seeing why that wouldn't work though. Like I don't get that. But it has to be that. Because if you do anything, nothing else is... There's no forward momentum unless you take the rook. I'm trying to see if I'm just missing it. And if you just go rook down now, like that's totally fine. It's a rook exchange. The queen's not trapped or anything. Oh, you're threatening mate after QE7. That's what it is. I see. It's here. Yeah, I'll show it. Now you can do this, which is what I was saying. But there's a reason they can't do the other move. Because you're threatening checkmate at the end. So if they were... So, again, you saw why this doesn't work. As you saw, they lose the queen, right? But if they were to do this, which is what I was trying to figure out, you have check. They have to go here. Because I think here... Maybe it's the same thing. You just go queen here to e7. Yeah, it's the same problem. But this is easier to see, I think, to visualize. Just QE7. This is... Like, how do you stop that? If they go rook here, I think this is mate. Yeah. So it's just kind of hard to stop. And this is also just mate. So saying the best move is rook e6, which you obviously you lose the material. So that's why that one is correct. A difficult puzzle. You have to see the mate at the end of the tunnel there. Right, I go to this next one. And move their rook here to f7 check. Well, this one I think I see. I think it's just check. And then up. And then bishop check. And then down. And then bishop like here or something. And it's checkmate. Capture. Let's double check. But I'm pretty sure it's just this. Yeah, let me make you figure it out. Because there's so many ways you could have mated them after that. So for simplicity, they said let's just end it there. If you took this first, that may be it. Because if you do rook captures, king captures, knight captures, they could go bishop here, stopping everything. But you take this with check first, it's a forcing move. You know they have to take back, yeah, I'm going to take the knight first. Alright, now we're going to take this with check, and then take here, and now take the rook in the corner. We have the first 39. So the king slides up. We have 2 rooks remaining. 2 rooks are left here. If you went QE3, there's no way you could force a win. My guess is it's like rook e2, king c1, QE3, and then there's mate in like 2 or 3, whatever they do after that. Let's see if that's correct. Rook check. Queen here, so they go over this mate, and when they have to go over, you'll check, take, checkmate. They'll check, and now they do it this way. Now rook down, and you have mate because they have no escape square. Alright, we have the first 40 here. Can we continue on? I don't know. But I'm gonna try. Queen's gonna capture. And if they go in the corner, you'll take. But then I guess the problem is if you take and they go king h8, where do you go after? Do you then take and set up queen over? And if they go back over, you'll check. It feels like that'd be like an infinite problem. Like they could always just get around the bishop and not lose itself. This is probably the first. Like, despite me saying that, this would have to be the first move. Right, because your queen's hanging. This is not free. And this is a take with check. So I want to take here first. Alright. Now, there must be a problem that I'm missing because they're moving their king over. That I don't get at all. I don't really get that. If you go here, back, check, up, check, over, check. I mean, you should be able to get a checkmate eventually. But which way? Because if you take here, I guess it doesn't make that much sense. Because queen could just go back here, and then the attack's done. And if you go here, they just take. You go here, they go over. So it must be bishop here to b3. Setting up mate in 1. Forcing queen back here. Which also kind of forces here. King moves, rook e1. If they slide over, rook here. I don't see how you'd win. But I think this is the next move. Yeah. Check. Well, if that's right, this part's right. Yeah. I need to see how that's a win, though. 'Cause that's not obvious. You capture. And why can't they go over? Is it because... Oh, it is because of what I was saying there. And then here, how is this not a forever loop? Check here. Check. Oh, and once they get open, the rook is there. The rooks are too active. Yeah, alright, that makes sense. But the part I don't understand, beyond being able to go king over, once they go here, and then here, can't they go up? I have a check. Rook A, oh, rook A, E1 is the win. The other rook you don't move over. That, I don't think I would have played that. They should have made that part of the puzzle. And now you check, and they go here. And you just keep, okay, this is not a checkmate on the board. It's just a very good position. I was like, I don't see a mate anywhere. So, I'm not missing it. It's not a mate on the board. They move their king over here to F6. Okay. What can we do for puzzle 41? Automatically, it seems harder than some of the other puzzles. And I don't see a simple way through this with the king on F6. You could go queen to H4, but the king has so many options. That's the problem with this position. The king can kind of do anything. I have a dark squared bishop, but it can't move. If it could move, it'd be a little useful in the position, but right now it can't do anything useful. Could you go queen? Oh, maybe go QF4, and then king moves, and then rook captures E5, and then queen takes it, and queen captures C1. That could be it. Let's see. Yes, that is correct. And then take, and then take, and they have the check. Yeah, bishop to H2. All right, bishop's there on C3 now. We could take on G2, and then maybe QE4, or just QE4 now, and then you would take on G2. That makes more sense. Because you do rook G2 first, the rook slides up, queen E4, and then they could go king F1. The QE4 now, you can't blockade. The king has to slide over to D2, and then you take, and now they have to sack and lose. I believe that's the difference. And now the rook can slide in, and now it's just free. Whereas before, I'll show that real quick, the difference. It didn't have to go that way. Like, they could have just slid out the way of this. Alright, they would have maneuvered out of it. If you take, they can just go here, and then you check, and they can just go back. And now there's not a problem, right? Whereas the other way, there was a problem. Alright, we're at 43. Their knight's here on H4. You can give a check. They could go knight back. This is also weak. They have a few things where it's like, well, this is a little weak right now. The only thing I'll say, excuse me, is the knight going back to G6. Where is anything after that? If you go QH5, knight G6, could you go bishop D4? Oh, maybe you could go bishop D4. But then what if they go king G6? It feels like there's a way for them to get their position put together. But I would guess you have to move the queen from the attack. That's probably a no-brainer, just QH5. Because it is under attack from this knight here. So let's just move our queen here. Alright, now this is where you have to think. Now I'm also considering F4. My thing with F4... Oh, no, bishop D3 still works. And like, if they go king F7, you could just take. They can't take with the king, they don't take with the pawn, and the rook falls in the corner. And then BD3, bishop F7, you could then try E6, and then whatever they do, you have EX F7, they don't move the bishop. If they take, you take on D6, or G6 with check. They take the bishop, you take the rook. So I think it's bishop D3. Let's see if that's right. Yeah. And now this is what I was mentioning a second ago, E6. So it looks like they're a discovered attack, but this is just so, that's checkmate actually. So they couldn't, they'd have to take it. And then you take the knight, but they couldn't take back because you take down. So I think it's E6 here. They move. Now as mentioned, whatever happens, you have E captures F7 if the bishop stays there. Now you can take this with check. You can't take this because the queen's hanging. You take here, check, and you get the puzzle correct. Alright, the king's here on, what is this, C6? Let's see what we can do. King on C6. We could go knight to D4. Or is it... this is a tricky one. This is a tricky one. Can you sack the bishop? They take knight down, check, over. No, I don't think it's that. I'm considering going knight to d8. I guess the problem with knight d8 is the king could then go to c7. So I'm not confident on that decision. If you move the knight to, I don't know, say c5, they could still go king. Oh no, knight c5 does work. Yeah, I think it's knight c5. Knight c5. Oh, but then they can go up here to d6. And if you took, the queen could then get in. Wow, for this to be so obviously winning for white due to the king safety, it's a lot of moves that don't work. A lot of moves that don't work. And it has to be forcing, it has to be checks that's happening. So knight d4. I almost want to rule out because, oh, what I'm missing is even, yeah, no, it could be that. Knight d4, it has to be a double check, so they can't go d6. So knight d4, they would have to go, oh, and then if, oh, I see it now. Okay, I see it. It is here. It's here because if they go king c5, it's b4 checkmate, right? That's the problem. So they would have to go back, which I also found a solution to that because you have knight here, only back, and then queen e6. Let's see if that's correct. Yeah, it doesn't make you find anything after that, but it is. I'm pretty sure that's why it works, because if they go up, there's checkmate. But if they go back, there's knight here, check. They can only go here and then QE6, and that's checkmate. Two different mate ideas, which is why that one is correct. All right, let's continue. Their queen is here on h2. The knight could go to c6 or a6. So those are the two moves that are more than likely what you have to do. I'm going to guess is, not even guess, it's probably a6 though. Because if you go to c6, the king could then go to c7, and then it could go to d6. Like, why could it not just run the entire length of the board? Knight a6 though, it cuts off c7. So if they were to go king c8, you just take, and yeah, I think it's just knight a6. Yeah, and you just capture here for checkmate. I'll show real quick why that didn't work. It looks like it's the same, but it's not quite the same. With here, they can just go here. If you take, they can kind of run forever. Like, there's no way to corral the king. But as you see with the knight going here instead, it stops the king from coming up. So, like, whatever they do, this is just checkmate on the next turn. Alright, we got that one correct. Nice little streak. And we have some time here to think for this one. My first thought is queen h4, and I have a feeling that's right, based off the position. QH4, if they move their king, you could take, yeah, I'm almost certain it's queen h4. Nothing else even makes sense. That's a check. There's maiden ones on the board if they don't react correctly. I think this is it. Alright, now you can't go here. You have to take here instead, and then go down at the end. Alright, you have the white pieces. I mean, bishop c5. So now whatever they do, if they take, you go up, they can't stop it. And then bishop c5, if they go down, you go up. They can't stop it. And now they can't go knight b6 and then knight a8 to stop themselves. So I think this is it here. Yeah, that's correct. And now you push, and now you get the queen here. Alright, next, the bishops want to slide forward. I think you go f3, and then they'll, yeah, I think it's f3. Because if you go here first, oh, why can't you go there first? Oh, yeah, because they can just move their king over, and it's not a problem. But f3 gives a pawn attacking it. That's something that's of less value, and that's just done. Like, there's just no way you can save it. Now bishop e3 doesn't even work. You just take there on e2. They can't attack you anyway. Yeah, I believe it's just f3. Let's make sure, though, we don't have to rush this. But I'm pretty sure f3, and then you're perfectly fine. If you go up here, attacking it, looking to win that, I don't see a way they can hold strong. So, yeah. I think so. I think so. No! No! That's not right. Knight f3. Oh, it's checkmate. Wow, that's something. Knight f3 leads to checkmate. F3 is actually losing. Why does this not work? Oh, the rook's hanging. Oh, well. Didn't even see that. Alright, the first one incorrect there. They have a pawn here on d5. As you see, there's a discovery. That doesn't feel particularly good right now. Check, they could slide over. Check. There's no way you could check and win a tempo at the same time. If you slid over, they have too many checks. You have to check them every time, or every time down. That much is clear. Is there a mate? I don't think there's a mate. If you capture on f7, the king could just take, queen takes, qc1. So it has to be a continuous string of checks. qf5 looks good, but not quite. If you could get there somehow. Obviously the queen's blocking it at the moment, but if somehow you could get qf5, not the worst thing. And the black queen is also guarded by the h6 pawn. So even if you could get the queen, the king can move away. It wouldn't really matter, as they'd have a way to protect it. So it's not some huge advantage getting rid of their king with a q to d8 check. Now it still may be the move, but it at least won't be because of that. Now rook to d6, or rook captures f7. Rook captures f7, I feel like is the one that makes the most sense. But you're down. What the puzzle's telling me is right now we're down, 4 pawns. So you can just trade to an endgame. That's a losing endgame. They'll win that. So it has to be checks. But there's no double check. That's the other problem. If there is no double check, you can't force the king to move to a certain amount of squares. Very interesting. Queen going to d8 is forcing them pretty much to go king g6. Because if they go king d6, I think that runs into an issue of queen, qe8 and then q captures f7. So this is forcing if you go q d8. They have to go king g7. It's just that's not a bad thing. Or not king g6. That's not a bad thing. That is the problem with q to d8. They just slide over. If you take the queen, they take your queen. No, I can't get 2 straight wrong after getting 47 or 48 straight. I cannot get 2 straight wrong. I'm on fire. We can get the record, my record. I have to sit and think for a second. I'll make sure there's no puzzle there. No. Okay. Rook capture, king captures, queen captures. That's not it. Rook down, check. There's checkmate. It has to be check. So I think it has to be this. No rook move makes any sense. We want to go for it. No! We got 2 wrong. Is it a rook move? Oh. I just didn't see qa6. I was like, I know it has to be a queen move, and I just didn't see that the queen could move that way. Alright, that is an unfortunate a series of unfortunate events. That's horrible. We could go up here attacking the queen, and it almost looks trapped. And then it is trapped. But if you go here, queen takes, rook over, takes. Is it that simple? Just attack, let them take here. Rook over, let them take here. And then knight here. Queen up. Oh no, then that's hanging. Well, it probably still has to be that. And I just don't see the follow-up after queen captures g7. I'm guessing it would still have to be h6. Because nothing else gives an initiative, right? Let's move in there. Yeah, that is correct. Is it because it's rook here, though? Is it rook h7? Now they can't go there, there. Yeah, it might be rook h7. Yeah, that's what I was wrong. Rook g8 doesn't work. But there's another way the rook can move. We get one right after 2 incorrect. Oh, man. Here I think queen g2 check. Because if the king slides over, you have rook d8. If the king slides back, you have qx-h1. I think it's just qg2. Because if you take, or if you take here, like, what is the difference? I'm so confused. This feels like they're both winning. I would have said these are both winning positions if you asked me. I don't know the difference. Take, down, check. Maybe if you go here, down, check, they can just go back up. But what if you... I don't get it. I don't get the difference. Like, you would be doing the same thing both ways, but clearly you're not. But I can't see how you're doing a different thing in either setup of this. It feels like the exact same position. Alright, qg2. King can only go to e1. And then you would take on h1. They'd go king d2. And then rook d7. Why is there a difference? Queen captures f3. King down. Queen captures g1. King e2. Queen. Oh, it's repetition. Oh, wait, no, I think you have to go qg2. Because if you take the pawn there on f3, king e1, you take the rook, but after king e2, even if they took on h2, you could just move your king back and forth, right? I think that's the difference between the two. They could always... Because if you go there instead, the king goes back, you take, king forward, then you take, go down. But that's the same thing, though. That's literally the same thing. Check, down, take, up. I should probably show this. Okay, what's what I'm doing in my head? Here, down, take, up, take, down, down, up, take. Like, I don't understand how you do this at all. It's one of, I imagine it's not. Let's see, it's just e captures, they slide over, you go rook here. They could just move their rook here. So I think you have to move one of these two. Rook d8, rook d8, rook d8 check. I think you're saying if the king's over, yeah, that's definitely a response once the king slides over. I'm going to have to make a decision, but I don't want to. I don't want this to be wrong. Going 3 out of 4 incorrect to end is heartbreaking, but only one of these moves works, and I'm going to have to move eventually. Alright. If I had to pick right now, I don't see how winning the extra pawn doesn't help. Like, you'd win it both ways, but maybe the only thing I could say as a counter, it's definitely more forcing to go qg2 because they can only go rook e1. Right, that's the only reason I'm considering. Yeah, I think qg2. Yes, that's right. Okay. I don't know why that's right. I'm just doing it because it's more forcing. It's a more forcing line. If you take the pawn instead, they have 2 options. And maybe rook here is not even winning. After here, take. They'd get 2 rooks for the queen. So probably not. That's probably why. So you take here on h1, I would assume. Okay, that's right. And I want to show you what I'm seeing and why I think it's right. I think it's because if you do take this, this is all. Okay, they do this. If you take this, they can just they can just go king d2, because here it looks like it's good, but they get 2 rooks for it. That's the difference. And here, this is forcing. They can't go over. They can only go back. And limits what they can do in response. Now, this is apparently a mate and something. Oh, you take this now, and now you go rook d8. Wow. What an interesting thing chess is. We find the right move, and we survive after getting 2 incorrect. We got 2 right. I mean, what more can you hope for? We're at 50. We need to get 8 more to get it. We gotta continue. 8 straight. One at a time. You see they have a mate in 1 here on H2. So it makes my move feel simple, as you have to give a check. Or, oh, no, I get it. It's this, and then it's bishop here, and then that's hanging. Yes, because now if you go here, they just go back. But you can take, and then bishop here to f4. Stopping the mate, and you're going to win the bishop at the end. No, I guess you don't win the bishop at the end. Oh, what a tactic. What a tactic. Because you have to sack the queen for the fork. And then, so can you not play this? No, this is still winning. Okay, this is +1. That's a winning. That's winning, but you can't do it. Apparently, you have to get to the completely winning. But +1 is pretty nice. That's nothing to scoff at. But we get that. We stopped that short. 3 out of the last 5 we got wrong. We got to 50 this time. We have not been getting it. We have not been getting 50 today. That often. I think we got the first couple. Then we got 47, 47, 44. Actually, we can just check the rush, the leaderboard. All time, daily. Today, yeah, we got 54, 50, 47, 47, 44, 42, 27, 20. I've done 8. Wow. We've been doing a lot of puzzles. This is like almost 400 puzzles, if I'm counting right. No, like 300 puzzles. All right, let's go to this next one. All time still at 57, by far the highest. A couple 54s, couple 52s, 50s. But let us continue. Puzzle Rush Survival. All right, we got to 50, so I'm happy with that run. A lot of calculation. I made it 1 here on A1. I'm not upset at that at all. This is free, and you're going to take this here on B1. The bishop is going to take here on F6 for checkmate. You see the king can't move. The queen is going to capture here. Next up, the knight can slide in for a check. Or no, the rook is free. Perfect. This is also a free rook. Checkmate. Now, if you get a queen, they don't have a check, and that is made on the next turn. So we're going to get the queen here. They sack. And now they get a queen, you just go up. There's still no checks that they can actually act on. Now their king's going to slide forward. You have queen here to H1, checkmate. Queen down, take, and then knight here, checkmate. And what you're going to do with this is rook up. They can't slide close. They're going to go here. Rook back is going to win the rook here on A7. Alright, got the first 10. What's going on, Grizz? Yes. 57. That is my highest. That is my highest, man. How you doing today? How are you doing today? You excited for round 2 of the tournament? And then Noob, appreciate the follow there on TikTok. Sorry, I realize I need to turn my head more to this monitor. It's not that I don't like Twitch and YouTube. It's on a microwave, so it's not at my eyesight. I have to keep turning around. But yeah, 57 is the highest I was able to get to. Took a while. Took a lot of attempts. But queen here, check to F1. And then we have checkmate there. All right, the king's going to drop back. Rook down here to G1. Checkmate. I think that should be it. Pawn's going to go forward. This should be mate. Because they can't go anywhere, right? So I think you just capture. Yeah. And this is the first 13, so it should be pretty simple. I just made it 1. I'm doing all right, man. I'm doing all right. Cannot complain about anything that's happening. I'm trying a new stream format. I used to do only viewer tournaments. Now we're doing like a day of viewer tournaments and then a day of puzzles and a day of like rating grind. I just rotate it. Who am I playing? I think her name is Blood Queen. If I don't know, do you know if the second round pairings is like the thing they sent a while ago where it has the bracket? Are you playing that person in that, or are they redoing it? If they're not redoing it, I'm playing Blood Queen, I believe. I think whoever played Jake, I believe I'm playing. Let's see. Who are you playing for round 2? Then you're going to take this for checkmate. Yes. Alright, next. The queen's going to go back. I could capture. This is just free. So I'm not going to overthink that. I think that's just a free knight there on H5. And we had, yeah. Ah, this is what I missed. Well, I would imagine it's still okay. You can take here in the center. Yeah, and 2 pieces for the rook is not bad. You see the queen slides up. This is easier. Bishop here to e4. Attacking and attacking that. Let's go straight to e4. Yes. And I want to capture the knight here. And then that's good. Alright, you see the bishops here on e2. The rook sliding down almost looks like... Oh, it's the knight checkmate. It's knight here check. And then knight here to e7 check. Right, that's perfect. Here, boom, and then knight in to e7 checkmate. Alright, you see that the rook... Not the rook. The knight's here. I'm looking at the rooks because, you know, their king's so weak. There should be a sack. Because they go over... Because you sack again. Check. I mean, it must be a sacrifice. If you do this instead... Oh, no, you might sack the queen. Yeah, if you do... I'm trying to figure out this. I'm like, well, if they go here, here, like, can you really checkmate them? If you sacrifice the queen, though, you can. Because if they go over, that's checkmate. So you go here, they'll take... Rook takes. They can only go over. No, but then rook there is not mate. No, that doesn't work either. Here, here, take over. Here, back over. Here, over. I mean, it must be this, yeah. I must be honest, kind of just guessed. Like, I was almost certain. I'm missing after this. Is it something simple? Oh, QE4. I was looking the wrong way. QE4, and now I see it. Okay. Alright, let's go to this next one. We're sitting at 18 so far. The rook could slide down here, check. It attacks the king laterally, and they can not go backwards. I don't think. Because if you go... Oh, what if you go here? But then they move the king up. And the king's safe there. I think getting another piece involved. Now, this is where the hard part comes in. How do you checkmate with this position? If you capture, the king takes, you can go QG3. QF3, the queen falls. QE4. Huh. Could you play queen e4? Well, but then the rook could move again. I'm sure this is very simple that I'm overcomplicating it. Right now the rook can't move. So it would have to be a check. And then check. Oh, no, I see it. It's just check here, and then back. Yeah. And then rook up. I don't know why I was missing the king. I was like, can't go back to h1. It can't if the queen's there. That makes way more sense. Alright, there must be a checkmate as you see the setup. I think it's rook down, queen up. And you're setting up the mate idea as the king has to go in the corner and you take on f8. Alright, we get the first 20. Alright, a familiar spot. Can we? It's the next 40 that's hard. It's the next 40. Alright, QE7 to start off the next 40. I think is mate in 1. Let's see if that's correct. E4, yeah. Correct there. I don't know how I missed QE4. I'm like, I have no idea. Like, this is not checkmate with the rooks, but QE4 did save that one. I've struggled more with like under 20 than some of the ones 30 to 40 for some reason. Yeah, checkmate. Alright, the knight's going to slide. You have the black pieces, opposition. Mate here on h7. Alright, next up, they go back. You can't go there because of this, but you can go here. Move the defender and then take on a2, and that's checkmate. Alright, next up, the king's going to come forward. Yo, what's going on, JVO? How you doing, bro? Yeah, we're doing some puzzles right here, trying to break my personal best. I've not come that close this stream, to be honest. The closest I got was 54, and that was a one-off. I got a 50, but still, not really that close. Queen here should be the idea. Q here to c7. Wherever they go, you could take, and then like knight captures e6, and then there should be some checkmate at the end. If you go here instead, if they go back, you don't have any checks anymore, I don't think. So, queen here, yeah. And then now this is a mate pattern with the knight and queen, and then checkmate on c7. I'll go to this next one. Here, see if we can continue. The rook's down. If you capture... No. It's bishop here, check, and then you go rook down. Here, they can't go back. They could only go back there. And then whatever it is, yeah, this is just checkmate, I'm pretty sure. And then here, and then mate. Alright, the first 25. A nice start. We see the pin. The king cannot move. What are you doing today, though, JVO? If we take over here, that's just checkmate. So queen's going to capture. Yeah, that's it. They capture here on g4. Alright. Now what do we want to do? Knight in. Or, oh, no, no, no. It's knight b1. So you're attacking the rook and the knight at the same time. And they can't go rook d1, so they'll have to just go like rook c2 and I do rook x d3. They're going to have to drop something with knight b1. And yeah, they get the pawn and they get a pawn for the knight at least. Better than nothing. And they get 2 pawns actually. This is a pin. But this is checkmate. That's why they can do. Yeah, because if you go here, they go rook down, king g7, rook g8 is actually mate. That's a crazy mate. That's a crazy mate. So why can you do this? Can you go rook a1? Rook a1. Rook captures. Bishop d4. That's still checkmate, though. I do not see this. That's still checkmate. If you go rook a1 first. But you can't go bishop d4. That is clear. Because of rook f8, king g7, rook g8. Oh, no, 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 it's not mate. You could go king here. No, never mind, never mind. You go king f6 at the end with that. So here, check, up, check, here, check. And you would eventually, you'll do this eventually. And king has to go here. What I missed is king can go here. And now you're just going to take this way. Not getting rid of the pin. Taking with the pawn here. And that's the puzzle. Alright, this is a sacrifice of the queen. On c2, you're going to go down here to c1. They'll take, and the rook will capture after all that, right? So here. And then down. This is kind of simple to be 29. We've seen that a lot on like puzzle 10 or so. This next one, the rook's here on e7. Also a simpler one, because the rook can slide down. I guess this is 30. The knight can't move because of the pin, and then the rook has to go there. You'll take, and that should be it. Yeah. I got the first 30 here this time around. I think we see 31. Queen captures because the pawn can't move. They have to go back and then checkmate. Yeah. Alright, the king's going to slide in. Another one I think we see is qg4. The rook is guarding the queen. The pawn is then guarded. And they can't go backwards because of this diagonal check. And obviously that's guarding the king sliding over. Maybe they do that puzzle because it looks very odd. Because there's a fork there on f6 if you're not careful. I believe king d6 does force checkmate though. King d6, whatever they do, rook a8 on the next turn should win. What's going on, Chess Noob? How are you doing today? Yeah, I'm thinking the rook can definitely... Stream's going pretty good. I've been streaming for a long time. I'm usually not on this early. I'm usually getting on around here later. I've already been on almost 4.5 hours, but it feels like it's flying. Because I'm only doing puzzles. And this is honestly more fun than some other stuff. Just getting to calculate, doing some tactics. But yeah, I think here, then rook down is probably it. Yeah. And you take this, and then you take this, and there's checkmate on at the a8 at the end. Alright, you see their knight slides in. I think queen can slide here to g4. And then rook e2. And then you just take there at the end. That should be it. Boom. Oh, they don't make you do that. Because now that doesn't work. Now it's probably here, and then rook over. And now you're guarding the diagonal. Oh, but if you take... I think a Grandmaster came in my stream earlier. I'm like 99% sure it's the right... He was not on someone else's account. I think Levon Aronian. And I was like, no way this is Levon Aronian. And I checked the account. They had 14,000 followers. So maybe I was getting trolled. But 14,000 seemed like... It's like, okay. That could actually be the person. I took a screenshot of it, so I'm going to check after if that's actually them. But they said that's them. I'm like, okay. And like, why would someone do Levon Aronian if they are going to troll? So like, it may have been a Grandmaster earlier on TikTok. But I think you take over. I'm pretty sure this is it. Because they move the knight, you take the queen. I think, yeah. Then you take the queen. And there was mate at the end, which was the problem there. The rook slides over. This, you just want a rook in the corner, but is there more than that? There must be more than that. Because they'd still have 2 pieces for the rook, and that's not that good. Can you take instead? Well, this is the idea. You take here, you take, and then you take the rook in the corner. My only thing is, they'd still have 2... Oh, you'd have 2 rooks, though. Never mind, never mind. I can't count. You have 2 rooks and a bishop versus 3 minor pieces. Yeah. I'm like, why is this doesn't work? But it does work. I'm like, 1 rook for that's not enough. But that is, I'm not counting. That's why it works. Where the king's going to come forward, we're at 35 here. The queen can slide over check. If they go back, I mean, this is my intuition. Taking this doesn't make very much sense, as they have QC6, and you can't do much about that. But yeah, check over, rook here, and then down. There is a mate idea, if like a ladder mate with the king being so weak. So let's say here, back. Yeah, how would they stop that? I think that's a forced thing too, because if you go here down, then that's mate. Yeah, this is just forced mate after QE4, I believe. Here, whatever they do, you have rook G8. And they can't, yeah, I don't want to talk myself out of it. But if I'm seeing it that quick, I may be missing a move. But I'm pretty sure it's just QE4. Alright, I'm just going to go for it. Yeah, it is QE4. Now, is it rook over? Or is it queen here, up, and then rook G8? That way makes a little more sense. And it's still the ladder mate idea. Rook over, run into QC6 again. It has to be all forcing moves. So I think it's Q here to E2. And now rook G8 should be the move. They have to sack their queen. Yeah. And let's go to this next one. We got 36. Can we... Is this just mate in 2? I think so. Queen check. Or this, I guess mate in 3 if they do this way. And then over. And then that's checkmate. And then here, down. That's mate in 1. There's no way. There's no way. Is it really just that easy? Here. Over. Over. Here. Back. Check. Over. Over. Here, king a5, and then queen here. I think so. Yeah, and you can't go here because it looks good, but they have king c3, and now they're just running free for the most part. You can go here, though, maintaining the king from going to the c file, giving check, they slide over, and then in their face should be checkmate. I hope that's right. Yes, this is correct. I got the first 37. The rook slides forward here. I've done this puzzle a lot the last couple days. It's been a while before that since I've had it. But the last few days I've been seeing it a lot. The idea is rook captures G2. Now, you may be wondering how that actually works, because it doesn't seem like there's a mate if they go over or over. I mean, they probably go over if this were to happen. But you have rook G1 after. They can't escape because of the bishop. They'd have to take. And then queen slides to G. Well, actually, I'll just do it. So here, this is what they escape over. It looks like it's not a checkmate idea. Because how can you get a bishop and a rook to work together? You can't. They want to be mate with this. But rook G1, they can only take it. Like, this is a forced move. So they'd have to take on G1. Then the queen could slide over. They'd go back over and then QG2. Let's see if that's correct. Yeah. And QG8 and then QG2. I got the first 38 there. Their knight's going to slide to, what's this? C6. I think it's bishop captures F2. And then it's wherever the king goes. Like, if the king takes it, you have knight x e4 and then qx e7. What I have to try and figure out is if they go king f1 after you sack, then could you still go... Could I maybe go qd6 then? That could work there. But right now, just moving the queen doesn't feel accurate. It's just too slow. They could take on d5, and you have no counterattack at all. But this is kind of a... Like, I am kind of guessing. Oh, no. If you go here and they go over, you have bishop a6. Yeah. That's the problem. You could do bishop a6, which would then force them to take it, which would work after. So do you take in the center or here? I would guess it's this way. If it... Because, yeah, and then they can't go over. It's more forcing. Because if you go this way, they could slide it here. Now, if you do this, they can't slide over because of bishop pen. So let's see. All right. And now, do we just take this and go for the rest of the game? I would say so. All right, got the first 39. Their bishop's going to drop back to a4 there. All right, we got to find a way to get a... I'm assuming there's a mate because of the way the material is distributed. They're up a rook, and their king's weak. I imagine there's a checkmate on the board. The first idea is knight to e3. Oh, no, it's just knight e3. Yeah. Knight e3. They go over. Check. And then whatever they do, you just get a queen. It's not checkmate, but this does force a queen. They can't stop. This is all forced. I'm almost certain this is all forced, yeah. And you go here. There. I wonder, could you... Well, this is the next move. Unless there's checkmate that I'm missing. I don't think you can mate right now. And the reason you can't, this knight is playing a key defending position right now. It's guarding these two squares. This square, however, is not guarded. And to get this square guarded, you need the bishop to be there. But if the knight moves, then they have 2 more squares to be. So now I think it's just d2 because of that. Now, do I just get the queen or do I do something else? I would think you just get the queen because you move the knight. They could then get closer and stop promotion. So this might be the only time we get to queen. And let's go here, d1 queen. All right, got the first 40. Their queen's going to drop back here to d6. Let's see. So the first thought is rook d1. It attacks the queen there on d6. They could go queen back to c7. And then what after that, though? Because after they go qc7, there's not too much on the board. You could go rook e1, maybe trying to set up the... But that's too slow as well. That's just too slow. So rook d1 is probably the first move. Rook d1, they go queen c7. But maybe not, maybe not. This is definitely the 41st puzzle. This is the hardest one we've done so far. By far, I think most of the other ones were not that challenging. This is quite the difference at the 2200-ish rated puzzle. I still feel like it's rook d1 though. That is my intuition. Because they could only go queen to c7. They couldn't move anywhere else. There's no other legal spot. So this is forcing if you move your rook here. And qc7 is a forced response. But after that, there's no way to deliver any other initiative to them whatsoever. Maybe it's that you take... Oh, I see it. It's rook d1, qc7. Then you take on h8, king takes, and then it's qx f6, and then king over, and then you go rook d8. Because the queen guards the rook there. I think that's how you do that one. Let's double check they can't move anywhere else, because that's a big part of what I'm saying. If you go rook d1, they cannot move on the d file, and they can't move on the e file. They can't move anywhere near the king. And then they could only... Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, they have to take it. I'll show... Or... Because they don't actually make me show it. But the checkmate idea, I'll put it on the analysis real quick. So here, if they go qc7, it's because you can take this... And it's saying bishop g4 is actually the best move. But imagining they take this for the example, you would capture here, and then you have rook d8, which is why it's so winning, and they have to take that way. Alright, so it's not mate, but like the mate idea makes them sack the queen. I did hit 40, man. Closing in. Hopefully, we can get to 45 untouched. And I believe I see it. I think it's queen captures f7, rook h1. Okay, king captures f7, rook h1. Wait, no. I mean, there the king moves over and then rook h1. If they move the bishop, you could honestly sack the rook. They would take, and then you go knight g6, and that's checkmate. I think so. Yeah, I believe so. Here, and you can't go here now. Honestly, why can't you? If you go here, if they go up. Oh no, that's the problem. Because then if you went there, they could. The king could take, and then you couldn't checkmate. The king being this far, on this square, is crucial. And then they couldn't move there then because... Wait. What's the difference between... Now I think... Okay, if you go here, I definitely see this. I'm just trying to understand why I don't go up here first. Well, I can do that after. Let's see. Let's get the puzzle right first. I think it's rook h1. And they would have to go back. You take, they take, and you go knight. This is kind of what I said at the start. Okay, yeah, this is correct. But I'm confused why they do it this way. Why can't they move the other way? Can they not go... What is this? Can they not go here? This is still made in here. You could sack. Oh, and then it's checkmate here. Oh, because they can't go back. That's why. I'm like, can't they just go back there? They can't. Because the queen's still there in this line. That's what I missed. I guess it's there the whole time. That was just a miss. But we got the first 42. The queen's here on e4. No way. This is just some type of mate idea. This is a free pawn, right? Oh, and okay. I'm excited. I'm not saying the chess words, but this is an exciting one. You take, the queen goes over. I was confused at first because there's no checkmate, but you go rook h3. If they take your queen, you take, and then yeah, I'll just show it here, and then you go rook h3 here, which is why it works. Because if they take, that's checkmate after rook h3, or rook captures h6, I mean. And you go here, this is obviously a checkmate. This is happening very quickly. Yeah, that's beautiful. That's a pretty cool one. But the rook's there on g2. We got the first 43 correct. Usually there's a... It feels like there'd be a sacrifice of something. But it's not a way you can really do this. If the rook takes on g6, fx g6, qx g6... No, rook can't capture. Rook... Oh, I think it's rook dh8. If the knight moves, you have qh5. And then you could... I'm almost certain it's rook dh8. Nothing else sets up anything as good. If they take the pawn, then you could go rook down check, king up, rook h2 check, or rook 8h2, king f3, then you take in the corner. It doesn't matter. So if you do that, then they take on h8, qh5, rook x, and it's the same thing. Let's see if it's correct. Can we get 44 right? That is correct, yes. And this is actually the first line I said out loud, so the one I actually see all the way through. The queen one, I was kind of trusting myself a little bit. I didn't fully see the queen line. This line I do see for the most part. And then rook down here, and then take, and then you take in the corner. Let's see what happens if the queen, if they make the queen go up though. I'm pretty sure it's still winning. Yeah, they do this. QH5. It's saying after take, it's here and then over. And then you take the rook, and then, oh, this is an obvious win with the rook down. Okay. Go to this next one. Rook dh8 is a fun, that's a fun one. But their king's here on d1. We have to figure out a way, again, to get a checkmate. Given the scenario, like our king's super weak. I guess you don't have to checkmate. It could be material. But it feels like it would be checkmate based off of the setup. If the queen captures on e2 or rook captures e2, it simply loses to the rook capturing back on e2. That is too easy, too obvious for them. There needs to be a way to attack the rook. Because the d4 rook is not that strong. It's actually hanging. If you could somehow attack it. If you went qf2, that's probably a little slow. Oh, you could do... Okay. You could do rook captures, right? You're in there. You're up a piece. There's no check. They take. Then queen f1, and then that's hanging. I think that's it. Because this is too undefended for not to be part of it, I'm thinking. The only thing is, if they just don't take back. They don't really have to take back. But then you're just up a minor piece. I guess you could also do that threatening mate. And you're threatening QC2. So they would have to take it and just lose the rook in the center. Yeah. And then queen's going to go here. And then you take here. Alright, so this next one got the first 45. I think you sack your queen on e5. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just sack your queen. Because qx e5, rook h6 is checkmate, and then qx e5, king to h7, and then q to g7. Yeah, I don't really have to calculate that long for this one. Take, yeah. Alright, queen's going to slide over here to e5. Rook down is probably it. Because if they go up, that's mate in 1. I'm pretty sure it's just rook f2. Because how could they do anything after that? If they move anything there, that's mate. And then this is also checkmate. But then this is now also checkmate because the rook's here stopping it. So, like, it's mate for two reasons. Like, if something moves, it's also blockading. No legal move. Like, literally, they can't move to a square. But this is now area control, making that mate in 1 as well. But then this is also mate in 1. Yeah, I think it's rook here. And they just sacked the queen. Okay, let's go to the next one. The rook's going to come forward. I think QA1, king D2, QD1, no. QA1, king E2, QD1, king C3. If you went B4, I don't think that'd work either. So I think it's this. It's probably check, here, check. Those two moves are forcing. And forcing moves are generally a good thing to do in puzzles, but your queen is hanging on this turn. That's the only thing, is that the rook on d3 now is attacking the queen on d1. And if you were to go queen to e1, they could go bishop d2. So I'm a little hesitant to say that it's Q, but no, I don't see anything else. So that's all like it has to be QA1, or not has to be. I feel like it would have to be QA1 and then QD1. But after QA, maybe there's something else after the king's on d2. Oh, could you go back? But I guess if you went back to a5, the queen could then move. So I think you would have to go QD1. I think those are two that are important. B4 is just not that good. And I don't even have to do this for... It just has to be something hanging. Material has to hang at the end of this. Maybe bishop e2 first? But yeah, but the problem with that is that they could go queen to... Or they could... Okay, they could go q8, qc3, or they could also just push up to b3 if you don't check them immediately. And then it stops the queen sliding down. So because of that, I'm going to go with queen. But I am not sure. I honestly am not sure about this one. This is the first move. Okay. Now what I was considering for a second was QA5. But queen to C3 forces the queen exchange. So that wouldn't work. You could go here, which is what I said was forcing. But after king C3, it's like, what can you do? Like the rook is so useless on D8. If you went QE1, it would not matter because of bishop D2. So check, king C3, B4, but then they could just take on B4, and that again, we're at the start again, and you still can't take on. You couldn't take on C2 if the king took on B4, because they would have rook C3 winning your queen. But it has to be queen D1 though. That's what I'll say. It has to be QD1 because the king is under attack. The king is forced to go king C3. But because I'm saying it has to be, I'm like, in the back of my mind, like, dude, I said that the last couple times we got something wrong. So I'm trying to figure it out, but I figure something else out. But it feels like this is just it. And I just have to see after king C3, there's maybe a tactic I'm missing. Like, there's no trap for the queen. It's on a dark square. I have a light square at bishop. Here, up. No sacrifice available. This is just such a bad rook. Maybe it's here and then rook here. That could be it. Yeah, maybe it's rook d7. Or no, but yeah, again. Could be rook d7 first. Setting this up to go here. This has to be the move, though. Like, this has to be the move. There's no way this is not. Because they can only go king c3. But I just don't see... It's one of the... It's either rook d7 or queen d1. D1, b1 blocks with rook. I think the problem... Well, what I'm saying the problem with e1 is you go here, here, check. Then they can go bishop d2, and there's no way to check them again once they're on c3. And then the rook and the bishop guard each other. That's what I'm seeing, at least with it. Like here, go up, and then yeah, like if you go here, they go here, then you take. But like here, 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 bishop down is an initiative as well, and that's hanging, so you'd have to guard. And then it's like that's free. That's why I think it's rook d7 first. QA5, that was another thing I was considering. I think the problem with QA5 is QC3. It forces the queen trade. So I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's this. Because they can't... The good thing about QD1, and what it helps me realize, is their king is stuck for the most part, right? It can't go over. It can really only go here. And if the rook's here, you have the check. They could go over, but you have that checkmate. And they can't go back because you have this. If you go up, they go down. You can go here. There's no more checks. And this is now a problem if you get this first. Because if the rook just slides over, that's checkmate. The king can't move diagonally. So I think it's rook d7. No, it's wrong. Watch it be qd1. Oh, it's b4. Everything I said basically told me b4. I said the king can move this way, and I'm doing it the long way. This is one move, simply disallowing it. Ah, that's tough. It's just b4. My idea was right, clearly, but horrible execution. I was not able to get a win with what I played. This seems like a mate in one idea. Unless I'm underthinking it, I think it's QH3, looking on G2. B4 is a crazy pull. B4 is crazy. But yeah, I think you can just go Q to H3. Looking on G2. Taking. I mean, there's literally... Okay, I don't see anything else. Yeah, this is just free. And then you can just go back up. I don't know why there's a difference between this and this, but we just want to go here. No, there's a... No way. There's a difference. Oh, I'm missing that's... How did I miss that? I'm looking at one part of the board. Yeah, that was a free one. Freebie we got wrong. But check should be the move here. QE6. What a sell. Checkmate here. Oh, no way. We got 3 straight wrong. 3 straight wrong there. Oh, rook down. Oh, I saw that. I was like, well, they can go here. It's because it's not checkmate. You win the queen. That is a series of unfortunate events. We were very close. Very close to being able to finish that one off, but we were not able to, unfortunately. Well, I do have to go eat before I have something later. So thank you all for tuning in. I'm glad you all enjoyed the stream. If you want to support me, I'm PJ Chess on Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube, and PJ Chess 993 on Twitch. And then I am, what do I want to say? I'll be on tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll have the rating grind live on stream. And thank you all for tuning in. It'll be a long stream tomorrow as well. And sign off to those on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you all for